All right. Welcome. If you're joining us, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. For Group 5, Session 28. Whoa, that's crazy. Make sure I got new headphones, so I should make sure my speakers are correct. In fact, they're not. Okay, there we go. You can still hear me on the mic. My speakers don't work on the stream. Anyways, all right. Do your bump 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 thing again. Then they can hear it.
Cinco.
They got it. They got it. So my daughter had broken, so I had to get a new headset.
No.
So she chiseled and chipped away at the ear cups, and they were not replaceable. So I had to get new ones. It's totally cool.
What the bribe was.
I remember playing games with them sometimes. I'll hear, like, what the hell was that, Michael? It's just like, oh yeah, my daughter just ripped my headphones. It's like, yeah, they've taken a beating.
Smacks. So session 28. Where are we as a group here? Recap wise, so we are in the port city of Alathan. You have yet to really experience the spoils of the city, or really, understand its dynamics, like what is going on with this place. You have literally landed from a pirate ship, the Golden Hand, upon the ship called the Black Rat. Captain Morgan, right, nameless in the crew, just landed at the port here at the lower dock, and then you began to funnel out into that space, observing a burned kind of structure or building. You were drawing attention to that. It was the Far Water Company, the same company that actually owned the Striker and the Wrecker. So going back to the original start, really the very first session, the boat that you were on, that was the company that owned it. And it seemed from the destruction that was dealt was that the actual building had imploded. So imploded is different than exploded in the sense that the direction of the projectiles and the way. So whatever had happened kind of happened inside of it and then kind of destroyed the building or kind of crumpled around it. So it was a fire, there was some bludgeoning stuff, and it seemed to be under investigation, particularly by the Emberock kind of adventurers. There was some signage that was posted up, but it was old. Like, it's been there for a long time. So most likely the conclusions had already been drawn, right? There wasn't anything too much. And then the shipwright, upon them arriving, they began to explain that as well, that it had happened at a time that actually coincide with you all upon the boats. So that was a detail that we had. Again, because it's been a long time since we played. So that was something that they had mentioned in that detail. So you all were drawn by the idea of saying, hey, let's go to House Jan, right? To Martha, right? Martha Jan, and then they have a son, right? So let's go up there, pay our condolences. We have a rapier, right? Perhaps we can give that off, or you just show that, the life and these other things. So that's where we're headed. That's how we ended it. You were going to that place. So we're going to go ahead and start at that point. Getting my ambiance going. Okay. So, as you're navigating through the port city of Alathan, the first thing that you notice as you cross one of the bridges on the west side of the lower dock and you begin to head in the direction of Cheapside is that there is a staggered or a tier-like effect to the city. I draw comparisons to like San Francisco and the way that there are a lot of things that have dramatic height in comparison to others. So the lower dock and the upper dock sit quite low, almost at sea level, right to the bay. Whereas Cheapside is slightly raised up and then begins to encroach on a massive kind of bluff or peninsula that juts out into the bay with this massive lighthouse that gives off immaculate light across. You're getting this, you can see this now pretty detailed simply because the time of day is getting darker, right? So the lighting effect is being more dramatic. The Colosseum sits at the center of a bazaar, and the bazaar encroaches around it on the eastern side. And then there's some more sublet structures on the west that all funneled kind of into a 12 to 15-foot kind of sandstone brick wall, right? It's not like it has towers or people walking on it or anything. It's really just a barrier to separate the space. The Colosseum is large and impressive, and it seems to have been there for a long time. It's been through numerous amounts of renovations. In fact, there's like pulleys and cranes and other sorts of things around it, kind of repairing it as they go. The Cheapside structures are more notable as kind of lower class peasantry level with straw thatching, some kind of clay, but they're mainly single story. They don't get very tall because there's a massive amount of wind that come through here, just rips from the bay over cresting. And some of these structures are kind of rock walled and battered looking. They don't really have a whole lot of windows, or if they do, the shutters that are closed out. And then there are these structures that are like half pieces of boats that are just kind of littered about. One of which, when you pass by, has a signage posting with numerous amounts of people on the outside of it, and some of sand and a little bit of cobbled, smoking pipes and drinking. This place is referred to as the Salty Brine. And there are giggles and laughter and other sorts of things coming from inside of the boat. There's also moans and whatnot. And then as you're kind of looking at some of the board postings and thing, it becomes very evident that this is a brothel. It is a tiny, half of a ship brothel in Cheapside, and it's kind of a congruence or a large hangout spot of many individual sailors or workers of the dock before they head home. So you are going to continue by that point, and then you're going to be walking kind of a little bit into the upper dock, paralleling the Talthar Naval Base, which is this massive piece of the city with 3 to 4 story structures. It has its own independent wall with towers and its own dock, its own wharf, its own shipwright. There's a master blacksmith structure that sits outside of that walling, and then patrols and things are coming in and out of that. So you're kind of paralleling it. You're just like walking by, Diastrom leading, going into the noble district, some manors, a little bit higher class, and all the while you've gone from low elevation to a little bit high, back to low, and now you're climbing, like you're just trucking up hills, and you're trying to get upon the bluffscape of the actual city, because what surrounds the city center, I should say, are really just homes, buildings, people that live and work here. They trade here. They might have second homes if they have primary homes elsewhere. And some of the noble manors, like some of the house lords or ladies, they actually will have their manors inside of that just randomness of street names and things. And so you're looking, there's one street name, there's another street name, intersection, people are passing by with horses, wagons. It's very chaotic. And there isn't any guard, right? So what you saw at the Talthar Naval Base was really soldiers. They were Talthar soldiers. They had the similar white tabards or surcoats with the holy symbol Pelor at the center with this reddish tattering on here. And they also had other accents of green and blue, similar because they're Navy soldiers, so they have different kind of colors to that. But there's no actual guard patrolling the city. It's only after a period of about kind of 20 minutes of travel that you're getting to a lesser point of crowd, so the crowd itself is kind of somewhat slowing down. The horse traffic's slowing down. There's not really many people around you as the night is kind of drawing near, and you're in the middle of these homes. And you see a little patrol of Emberock guild members, Adventurers Guild. They have this little campfire symbol badge on their shoulders, and they're kind of walking and talking to themselves. They kind of hold up their hand, hey, how's it going? Right? Just like walking by you all, and Diastrom's like, oh, good day, just kind of moving by. So you're going in the north, slight western direction, and you're headed in the direction of Halcyon here. And I'm going to go ahead and activate the scene. As you approach, it is a single story structure. Not much to look at here. Clay tiled roof, a few glass windows with metal etching, rock walled in sandstone, cobbled sandstone rock. There's litterings of sand and other sorts of sandstone tiling. Some greenery of like tall beach grass or like larger kind of grass itself is kind of growing around the structure. And this really, honestly, it gives kind of indication of what is in some of these residential areas, kind of encroached in some maybe of like once dunage type level of things. So when you're here, Diastrom is really just kind of walking up to the building. There's no actual signage here, right? This is just a house, right, in the middle of a large city on the northern west side. Diastrom is just going to walk right up to the doors. Joey, your character, I have them invisible. So this is the first time we are on For some of you, because I have two of you at another game. This is the first time that you all are probably going to be experiencing some of the new modules and other things in the context of changes that I've made. So one of the changes is there's no Argon combat HUD. So you back to the kind of little token hotbar thing.
I just fucking learned that thing.
Yeah. That was because of performance issues. People were having like huge problems with like rolling it and other things. So I went back to the HUD there. And then like invisible tokens, you can't actually see them. And so Joey, your character is invisible. And so you can see them, but they can't see you.
Hell yeah.
So
it's actually just a feature of my character. Sorry.
I'm a gives you vision.
2.0
gives you vision of the map, so you can participate in at least watching and observing. So, with that said, nothing too changed from what you were playing last time, but again, just made it a little more simple and reverted to some past things. So Diastrom
thought he was sneaky.
So Diastrom is going to walk up and kind of knock on the door, but before that happens, right, we're going to come to Nereus. So during this travel of getting here, we're just going to do kind of an out of character thing, just simply because Nereus had specific wishes that they wanted to do, which is really just saying their goodbyes in a very brief, I'll see you all later type attitude. I'm going to go check out a magic shop, and literally just wanted to kind of ghost you all. Just kind of depart. In a way,
on brand, yeah.
I might have improvised a little bit there, but I feel like that's pretty on brand. So, is there anything at this point in terms of, I try not to take, Nereus does have like magical items and a few other things and stuff. Is there anything at this point that you would like to kind of, I want to say anything that Nereus has that you might want to kind of take as far as inventory is concerned, like scavenge, right? Or is there anything
Athos
you want
easily pickpocket him if there's something you want me to steal off him before he leaves?
Or is there something that you all kind of want in terms of like them as an NPC, because that's what they're moving to in a role. So
I believe he had our bag of holding.
I don't know if that's true.
I think Dougal did.
They have a bag of holding as well.
I only
Can I
had
have his
one.
Can I have his shoes?
Can I have his teeth? Can I have his teeth?
Yeah, there we go.
So they have the staff of warding. That's not going to really do anything for any of you at this time. They are going to hang on to the blue gemstone. They're going to keep that, and I think the only thing that they would have 2 items wise is the bag of holding, and then they have the ring of telekinesis.
Oh yeah,
So
that sounds
like
like a Tardan thing.
I was gonna say. I was gonna say that sounds like an Athos thing, like a shake hands goodbye and with a sticky finger kind of thing.
And the watch comes with you.
I mean, I could always play with my new sleight of hand. I feel like that would be something Tartan would steal, actually. As soon as he knew Nereus was leaving, he's like, yeah, I'm going to steal something from Nereus. Especially since I just stole his night vision goggles for him.
That's right. I forgot I made you steal shit.
Yes, you made me steal shit.
Nereus has a bag of holding?
And Nereus is leaving. Yeah, Nereus had our bag of holding.
I could have sworn that Sir Dougal had it.
Yeah, I have it written down. I mean,
I
I definitely have it written down on my character sheet that I'm holding.
I think we gave it to Dougal at one point, and maybe we just didn't take it off of.
Nereus. For sure, we can. Yeah, we can definitely. I would agree with that. Yeah,
because we only had one bag.
Bought one.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then it's just down
somebody
to
spent double the cost of the bag on it.
What? No, the other
Listen,
groups.
whatever.
Look, I can confirm that I did not overpay for that bag. Okay.
Don't give them the pleasure of your irritation. Just let it wash over you.
It's one last time in honor of Tartan, honestly.
Yeah, that
is fair.
Okay. Well,
in honor of Nereus.
Then it's just the ring.
Would steal the ring.
Oh, we're also killing Tartan. Is that...
Well, so Will didn't. Will did not specify like giving out items or what items they wanted to take. I'm just going off of like Nereus as a character here, being like going off on a new trek with their character and being like, I'm not going to need the ring. I'm not going to need my staff really, because based on what they want.
Don't want I have no claim to anything of Nereus's. I'm not interested.
It's really just if out of character, if anybody's interested in those items, they really want those, we can transfer those.
Yeah, no, Tardan should steal the ring. Go for
it. I feel like that would be on brand for Tardan. As Nereus is leaving and realizes he doesn't need the goggles anymore, I would be upset and steal the ring.
And get caught. And
get caught. Okay. Roll a sleight of hand check.
Oh, fuck.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely crushed. Way above their passive deception. Yeah. No worries.
Damn.
Yeah, that was good.
Make me steal these night vision goggles for you, and you don't even want them.
Tardan's been stealing shit from us the entire campaign. We haven't known about it.
All right, I sent you a trade to you, so you should see that from Nereus' sheet. So
I'm clearly an excellent instructor.
Oh man, here we go.
Oh yeah, because that's below your passive insight or perception, isn't it? God darn it.
No, actually, my passive's only 20 right now.
Oh, is it? Oh,
my insight's 25.
So getting back, getting back to the game now before we have a fight amongst the players. We can totally do that in the session if you don't want. We can literally roll. Diastrom, right, strides up to the door, just kind of gives a little quick knock, very gentle, right. Eventually hear the sounds of voices from inside, one of which begins to make way and then unlocks the door and kind of swings it open. It's a wooden door. One of them kind of swings there, looks outwards. Oh, Jeremy, good to see you. You all right? Well, bring you all these individuals looking out for you, and well, they might have some news of your father and the striker. I imagine you better come from them. So, takes this aside. You see Jeremy here, somewhat a younger version of their father, but they definitely have more like subtle, kind of plumper features to the face. They're also taller by a couple inches, broader shoulders. Has a stubble, brown eyes, kind of wavy black brown hair that the captain probably had once in their younger life. Looks towards you all. Takes a step, and they're all young. This individual is young as far as a human is concerned. They're 19 years of age. So they take a step kind of outside, just very briefly. You all know my dad?
Yes.
No.
Shut up.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, some of us do. In fairness.
Can we come in?
We're dead.
Yeah, of course. Come in. Go ahead and take a seat at the table. Kind of points over. We're having dinner if you all want some.
I wouldn't want to impose like that.
No, it's okay. My mom runs a bakery, so there's a lot of leftovers.
Is this your mother?
See, is this older human? This kind of brownish, kind of blonde hair. It kind of flows downwards. It's all kind of tucked into a braid, and then also kept up by a piece of cloth. And they have very beautiful, kind of this brown and yellowish dress. Kind of flows down effortlessly with kind of a tunic that's able to cinch across. They have a pot of stew at the center of the table, 2 bowls, like a wooden ladle there. Has a lot of strong fish kind of smells and spices and things, and there's just a plethora of different sourdoughs and other breads in here. Definitely seems like way too much food for 2 people. The structure itself is only big enough for like 1 person, right? So this is like a 1-bedroom type house. It's not very large, which most of the housing up on this side of the city is looking just like this, so very small. So then you hear a kind of voice of Dias kind of talking to Jeremy here, the son, right? Just kind of talking just a little bit, and then points at it. I'll see you all later. Find me at the shipwright if you need anything. Tally ho. And they depart. Sees the older human. Similar brown, almost purplish eyes. Stands up. Slight wrinkles, weathered features. And then kind of a clean look. They kept themselves proper, right? Even though they've worked tirelessly in a bakery, perhaps they even bake here. Like the kitchen seems to be a little bit larger for a home of this size, right? Hello.
I'm
Martha.
I'll
Right.
bow slightly. Hello, Martha. My name is Sir Dougal. Yeah, this is Tarden. Back there is Ares, and in the corner with your son there is Athos. We are, well, I'm a little upset to be here under these circumstances, but I feel I have to tell you directly. Your husband is dead. He died saving our lives. And I owe him this trip to you and much more. I'll produce his Captain Keeluion's rapier and lay it on the table. And he was a brave man. I'm sure that you're proud of him, and that you'll miss him dearly. But I wanted to return this to you. It belongs to you, and I promised him that I would. So we thank you for your hospitality, but we don't want to take up more of your time than is necessary.
So you were with my love when they took their last breath? Or were you just there in their last moments? Why don't you take a seat? All of you.
Absolutely. Yes,
I'll
sure.
get some... Jeremy, if you get some more bowls, please. Jeremy shuffles back to the kitchen. Just begins to work in the cupboards, grabbing some more things. I run a bakery out of the house. Sell it at the bazaar or some of the taverns around town. So you're more than welcome to help yourselves. This is all simply going to be given to the poor children. Bright Hope, so it's all free anyways.
I imagine because of his line of work, he probably wasn't home much.
My Keelut, yeah. Key was never home. Sailor at heart ever since they were young. They very rarely were never at sea. I can get into the story of it all, but I'm very much wanting to hear about what happened to all of you and why the striker and the wrecker did not make it home.
We were attacked. We were circling the barricade looking for a safe place to make landfall. These are all words I've learned in the last month, by the way. I've never been on a boat before, the striker. And we were attacked by fish people.
I see. Begins to grab some of the fish stew, spice fish stew, begins to pour it in the bowls, clay bowls, begins to hand them out, and just breaks bread off and just places them, and doesn't have any plates or any butter or anything like that, just like lays it next to it. And Kia fought these fish people.
We all did, yes. When it became apparent that the ship, the striker, wasn't going to make it, Keelu took it upon himself, Captain Keelu took it upon himself to waylay our attacker, giving us time enough to escape.
That would be key. Wow. Well, then he died doing what he loved, sailing and saving people. You know, back in when I met them, well, they were part of a organization known as the Golden Hand. Are you all familiar with this?
It's a name we've heard before. I wouldn't say I'm familiar with it though. No.
Well, the Golden Hand is across the entire world, and they live in a world that is free. There is no laws. There's no king or queen or lord or lady. They have their own ways. One of the key principles of the Golden Hand is to spare or save those that are innocent. They, in a way, they are called to it. This is why he joined them a long time ago before they had met me. I was the one who got them out of that business. It's dangerous. I didn't want them to die. But it seems that that life found them again in some way after many, many years. I appreciate you bringing the sword back. It was made by Master Torvin. They're still here as a anniversary gift. I'm sure Jeremy here would greatly appreciate it. In the name of their father.
I hope that our visit here has brought you closure, if not comfort. I suppose it sounds like you were more or less waiting for this kind of news.
Oh, of course, after the Far Water Company was, well, burned down or destroyed, High Council of Alathan couldn't make any sense of it. So, and, well, I think Master Telvis Forshorn is assuredly dead or taken by whoever had done it. The council is still at ends of if it was Master Telvis themselves, filing some sort of grievance insurance-wise, or if it was some nefarious purpose, and then, well, the boats didn't make it. Checked with nearby major ports of Melandar, even smaller ports of Paline, and ships hadn't been recovered. So I knew.
Yes, they do seem to have totally cocked up that investigation.
I don't think it's cocked up, my dear. I think that, well, it's a Lathan, so everyone has business in some things. And taking out a competitor is always a sure thing that your competition is right removed, but strangely enough, there isn't really a whole lot of competition to the Farwater Company. They were really a enterprise that went across seas and transported goods between different ports, picked up people, and, well, they would make their way back here and repair and resupply, and they'd go out and do it again. Very peaceful thing. From what I've seen, I don't have much experience, but whatever destroyed the Farwater Company it was much more than just a fire.
I agree.
The very stone was molten. The heat was so hot, nothing natural about that. It must have been magic. The council, again, they could not put sense of it, and to keep the peace, so to speak, they decided to say it was arson of something, or it was Master Telvis who destroyed themselves, and ended it with that. Nothing else. It's right to try to keep the peace. I see the reasoning. After the Talthar blockade has put a stop to many businesses in the port. There's not a single one that wasn't impacted, and some of them have completely shut down. The ships have sat for quite a long time.
I find that those who seek to bury the truth or refuse to seek it are rarely in the right.
This is true. You'd find quite a home with the Rudikar.
I'm familiar.
Anyways, you're more than welcome to stay and enjoy, but there's no sense in talking about it now. I've spoken my piece at the council hall, and that will be that. Stay as long as you'd like. It's nice to see that some of those who were with Mikey at their last moments.
We thank you for your hospitality, and we don't yet know where we'll be staying or if we'll be staying. But I suppose in a day or two, maybe we'll come check on you again to make sure that you're coping. If that's something you feel like you need. You don't seem grief-stricken.
I processed my grief, and I've moved on, as many sailors' wives will do. The first time a ship has sunk and the crew is lost. He and I were prepared for this many, many years ago.
It's not going to put your guys' livelihood in danger with him not being here. Like, it's not going to uproot you all, is it?
Well, we had to downsize for sure. It shouldn't be a problem. In fact, I think Jeremy here, he's listed with the Talthar Navy. He was working as a dock worker with the upper dock for some time, and looks like they'll be taking them and teaching him the ropes.
Tardan, give me 1,000 gold.
You have the bag of holding, sir.
How much
But
gold do we
yes.
have?
A lot. I concur with giving them 1,000.
Saying this out loud across the table. You made that ago.
Give me. I'm gonna
This
take.
kid just shit himself.
I'm gonna take 2,000 gold out of the bag of holding. If that was a cough, it was ill-timed.
How do we go from 1,000 to 2? Hold up.
Shut up.
Druid
I
math.
take two.
You
I
let the
take
bear
2,000 gold out of the. I just deleted 2,000 gold out of the
Okay.
treasury.
Take 2,000
I'll take
gold.
out-
Mhm.
Throw it on the table and.
Okay.
I
I have
place
to
it
step
on the
away
table.
for a moment. I apologize.
Okay.
Um,
So you just kind of lower it on the table, right? Okay.
and I'll say, this isn't. This is a gift. It's not. He didn't ask
Not
us.
reciprocity is what he's saying.
Well, okay. I just don't want you to. Yeah, this is a gift. I feel like even this trip to see you and return his rapier isn't proportionate to what he did for us. And
There will be no
in-
coin. Takes the coin and just looks at it. That will match the gift of life.
I have nothing. I wish that you could name another service, then a task, maybe something that would make me feel better about the sacrifice he made.
My dear one, this isn't about you. Is it? Unless it is, and that's why you came here. That's okay. It's most generous, this. We'll take your coin, and I'm sure it'll go a long ways and to our family. I think you need to figure this out for yourself. The boats were attacked, as you say, then there is a reason for that. And maybe that is the only way that you can reconcile it within yourself. Is to avenge or stop whatever did it.
We don't yet know truth about why they were attacked. My suspicion, though, is that we were the target, and I point to me and my three amigos here. I suspect that we were the target. And
I would suspect so as well.
And for that, I feel guilty.
I don't know why.
I also don't know why.
I have to figure that out.
Why do you suspect that we were the targets?
I know you're not asking me.
No, I'm asking her because we just walked in the door and just met this woman.
He was aware that there were specific individuals that would need to be picked up at port across the world. There was someone that had approached them, an old human, a mage. Said that they might need help getting to where they need to go.
Fucker.
Intriguing.
Do you have a better description? Anything?
I did not. I just assumed it perhaps was someone from the Golden Hand, a past fellow that was pulling upon a favor.
So that means our visit to you was not entirely a surprise. Interesting. Well, Sir Dougal, I
Bastard.
believe you have said your piece. I don't
Yes.
believe we need to bother them any longer.
No.
I do thank you for coming and telling me this news. It only affirms what I've already grieved and processed myself.
Well, let's stop cluttering up their kitchen here. Martha, thank you. I'm sure that we will say goodbye before we leave.
Of course. And enjoy the fine things that Alathan has to offer. It is a quite beautiful and free city in the heart of the Gorn Valley.
While we're on that topic, though, us having never been to Alathan before,
Yes.
Is there a police force here? Is there a police presence?
A guard? No. Well, not in the traditional sense. The council has paid for Emberock to station as guard. Alathan prides itself on not needing one, but since the blockade was established, there has been an up count in crime. It only makes sense. So the Emberock have been appreciative of the coin provided, and they've sent numerous amounts of their adventurers out for just patrols through the streets and things. But it has always been that anyone with a business in the city, anyone with coin, generally hires their own guard, their own protection. That is quite a loud whatever dog or something is happening. Oh, yes, it was Harrison's microphone. That makes perfect sense. It was the dog. It all is revealed. The Colosseum is a staple of Alathan. It honestly is quite why the city has been so prosperous without a guard. It seems that the blood sport almost sates the need for the thrill of crime. Who knows? The competition will be happening on the 21st of Sephiros. That is 2 days from now. So the city will become quite popular. Most of the taverns will be booked out.
Who fights in the Colosseum?
Who fights in the Colosseum? Well, that depends. They do a group competition in the mornings, and then they do solo, individual competition in the afternoon.
How do you
Yes.
enlist?
Ah, well, this late in the hour, I imagine you'd have to go all the way to Lanista Coolres. The house is the one who runs the Colosseum, and it's pretty late to enlist or enroll, so if you want to speak to anybody, it'd have to be them. But normally you can go into House Fortune and Favor, or you can come up to the ticket booths outside of the Colosseum, and they might be able to put your name down. There's many of House Coolres affiliates and both different things. Are you fixing to fight?
No. Sure.
Well, maybe.
No.
It may take some convincing, but
Well, if you do, good luck. All favor to you, and if you have any coin to wager, you can always wager on yourself at House Fortune and Favor.
well, it was a lovely time meeting you all, and I'm going to stand up and head for the door.
And farewell. If you need a tavern this late, I'd imagine the Enticing Weasel might be your best bet. On the east
Enticing Weasel.
east side of the city center, next to the bridge that crosses the Gorn River.
Let's get out of this poor woman's kitchen.
Well, it's technically a dine. It's a whole common space. Get out of this poor woman's kitchen after I give him 2,000 gold. Like that makes any sense.
You throw the money, get out of this poor woman's house.
Poor woman's kitchen. Get out of
I
here.
don't want to be here.
I would like to go on record. Sir Dougal has now spent more money than I have.
Y'all are some
Oh,
frugal bunches,
there,
huh?
you know what? I was trying to
Interesting.
figure out the
Interesting.
artillery motors. There it is, right
Listen. Yeah, listen, if you want to compare your shopping addiction with my philanthropy, I'll stack those up in a one-on-one any day.
Hey, you pulled the money out of my shopping addiction. Just throwing it out there.
If I give it all our money away, then Can't spend it.
Sure I can, because we're about to go win some at the Coliseum.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You heard someone scream down the street. You're like, who the fuck was that? You're like, wait, what? You're like, who the fuck was that?
Oh my god. Okay,
That guy's
so
got the right energy.
so Ares, you know, I don't know if you're back, Ethos, but so you're kind of just listening, right? You're not really experienced the boat and this whole thing, so you're really just having the backdrop. But is there anything you want to add to it before you depart?
Not with the lady. I guess I'll just express my condolences and sorry for her loss and head out with the rest of the party. Excuse me,
Okay.
with the rest of the party.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Cough it out. Get it up. So you head with the rest of the party. You begin to walk out again. The rain continuing, a wind that's kind of always there. The crowd itself subletting because like we're getting towards the nighttime, but the city is still active even at night. People are still moving about. They're still working on the docks even this late. There's a lot of lighting, a lot of things, cranes moving around the docks. You can observe from even the bluff of this upper northwest side of the city, and then you begin to kind of work your way back into the city center to get it on some of the more main roads that are, let's say, protected from the rain in a way, right? They're more well built, so you're not kind of slodging in the permanent rain that kind of flows over the city pretty much all the time. So you have choices here, right? A name drop of the Enticing Weasel has been done. That's really a name drop to maybe favor you all as a place to stay that could be relatively inexpensive and still have a lot of rooms available because the Coliseum, they are fighting in 2 days, technically. So, you know, the taverns are going to get booked out. People are going to arrive. They want to watch. So this place is going to get really, really busy. And so they're kind of pointing in that direction of being like, that might be the only place you can get rooms. But there's other places you can stop before you even get to that point. You know, some of the shops and the other things in the Merchants Quarter, they're still open. They still operate well into the night. And so you have opportunities. What are y'all doing?
We go find a place to maybe drink a few ales and lay our heads down tonight and talk or discuss tomorrow what we plan on doing in town.
Sounds like a plan. So the Enticing Weasel it is.
Okay.
Unless you guys would like to go to the Salty Brine, I have no problem with us going to the Salty Brine and getting it. I'm just, you know.
Feeling it. You want to hit up the Salty Brine?
Where's
We could go
Where's
to a regular
Nereus?
inn, I guess. Or
Nereus?
Nope, you got to answer in character. You know, your old or veteran character being offered a brothel.
I mean, I guess we're going to the Salty Inn.
The Salty Brine?
Or brine, rather. Sorry, brine.
Okay.
Sir
my
Dougal, no
vote.
objections.
No, wild objection. Clearly thought out, firm objections.
All right,
Sir
so the
Dougal, why don't
Enticing
you just
Weasel
pull
it
the
is.
carrot? Just pull the carrot out and let's go.
and no pressure, but I think this dictates where I come in. I'm gonna be honest. So I mean, either
It doesn't matter either way.
I'm at a whorehouse
Don't feel-
or I'm at a
Honestly, don't feel bad. If you all want to hit up the Salty Brine, it has a, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. That's totally cool with me. You just name it.
My first impression might be a little unique. I don't know. Go to the whorehouse. What are you doing here, man?
I'm okay with the
Fucking-
Enticing Weasel. Pardon
Okay.
wouldn't care either way. He just would have, suggested it, thrown it out there, seen if it was a lukewarm reception. Doesn't seem like it, so Enticing Weasel it is.
Okay.
Well,
So
I'll
Enticing
whisper
Weasel.
in I'll whisper in Tartan's ear. You had my vote for the Salty Brine.
He's just gonna give you a thumbs up. and then a little bro pound. As we're walking.
We have plenty of time, bro pound. Right? Yeah. Okay.
You know Tartan's going there before we leave. It's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen. Gonna stop off and be like, you know what? I got some things. I got some errands to run.
Right.
Got some
I just
errands
want it to be
run.
clear. I just want it to be clear that everybody seems to understand where we each want to allocate our money.
There's nothing better than investing in the local economy. All right.
Look,
We're supporting a very
That's
key
fine.
profession.
the last person that was gonna help me pick up women turned out to want to murder us. So, like, you know, a brothel seems like a safe place
That
to
is
go.
true. That is true.
Yeah.
It's very
Look,
true.
Tartan's
There are,
left
there are
without paying for
contracts
it.
at the brothel. You don't have to worry about backstabbing.
They're not gonna murder me.
Oh man.
Anything that anybody wants to add to the conversation right now before we transition to the enticing weasel?
I think that was enough.
Hey, Sir Dougal, can you see in the dark?
No.
Yeah, you
I
can.
will
You have dark
pull
vision
out-
60 feet.
Does he?
Yeah.
Yes.
Aragons have dark
I meant to
vision.
say- I meant to say yes.
Never mind then. I will not pull out the dark vision. Those will
Everyone,
stay hidden away.
everyone in the party has dark vision right now.
Oh,
they
what?
will-
because
but-
Nereus is gone?
Gone? Yes.
But meta-wise, they will become useful.
They will become useful.
So what you're saying is, like the longbow, don't sell it before the new tax.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I just got a vision of the future, and these might become useful.
Brainwave.
Whoa.
You see a
Man, I'm so
thunderous
glad he-
face appear from the clouds.
glad he
Don't sell it.
The head comes in front of you. Don't you dare fucking sell those just yet.
Did you all see that? Oh my
It's like the
god.
Wizard of Oz. The giant.
I'm-
It's like, yo.
I'm so glad he listened to that before he sold the longbow.
Nobody told me that before I sold the longbow. I just, you know, look.
Their
I need a
defense. Yeah,
longbow.
no one said anything. No one said anything. Defense. Okay.
No one spoke up, so I
No
sold
one-
that shit.
no one spoke. All right. So nothing to add to the conversation. We'll go ahead and transition to the enticing weasel. I'm going to go ahead and activate the scene, and then I'll have it pause so I can give a description of what is happening at this place, particularly. So the merchant's quarter, a lot of window shopping, a lot of things. So you're kind of moving by that point, and then you kind of come into many different kind of guild houses and other sorts of like communal church type environments, and that's kind of lining a road that aligns itself to the Gorn River, which is just massive at this point. It's upwards of like plus 2,000 meters in its actual width. So the Gorn River at this point is just this ginormous river. Think Mississippi times 2 in its way.
Oh, wow.
Now, you're making way to the edge of the Merchant's Quarter, where it actually begins to transition to more of kind of a little bit of a rough road, and then kind of carries outside of the city center into more housing. There's a signage posting just off this map to the right-hand side, so southeast from your current tokens. And that is a signage posting for the bridge, right? This bridge that crosses over, which also can be lifted. So the bridge is able to be lifted for river galleys to go underneath. It sits upon 2 different islands that crests down to cover the entire span of that river. So it's a beautiful piece of slight dwarven engineering and achievement that they've done here at the city. And it's something that is to kind of point out architecturally with the city. It definitely stands out. So the enticing weasel, just immediately large amounts of sound of the things are coming through. It's a large kind of sandstone, rock walled, wooden line, 2-story tavern, very traditional clay tiled roof. The difference with it is that it kind of stands a lot taller and then has just this massive common space. It's more like a ginormous restaurant in a way, right? It has so many tables, circular, has pool tables as well for games, like dartboards and things. And then there's just a wraparound bar on the western side and the kitchen space. So you're coming in where you can see the actual smells and the other things. This is the kitchen door that leads out to the kind of wood stock, and then the well and the cellar door that goes underneath, and the chimneys just billowing out with many different things. And then the actual main entrance is over there with a little bit of a covering for some quick kind of horse. If you have horse, right, you can get underneath that and hitch your horse. But there's a stables that's literally right next to it, and then a construction company at its back end. The tavern itself, I'm going to unpause it now so you can move your tokens. The tavern itself has an actual covered seating outdoor area, and that's at the northeast side of the structure. And so there's just many different ways to get in and out of this place. Lots of people coming in and out, huge crowds, people are cheering. And there's actually just this ambiance of smoke and other things that's coming out, suggesting that this place is going to keep rocking it out well into the night. So, Sir Duel, you're immediately saying, hey, kitchen, what's up? That's the kitchen.
Main doors to the side. This way.
Front door is there.
Oh my god! Why did I follow the rabbit?
This way. He followed his nose.
See a
Just
kitchen
like
working
Gandalf.
Things
in a
happen.
bowl with some flour, looks up towards you. Ah, front door's over there! Ah.
Get the fuck out!
Vegetarian menu? Vegetarian? No.
Oh, look, a table for 4 right here by the front door so we can make a quick exit.
Speaking of
Definitely
vegetarian,
needed with this group.
I would like to make a perception/investigation check to see if Dougal still has that carrot and it is indeed uneaten.
You didn't eat the carrot, did you?
I'm gonna make a Constitution saving throw to see if I can resist eating the carrot.
Oh, no.
No, I haven't. I still have it. I'm not sure I'd be like flashing it around like a
He's just carrying it around.
like a like a torch. Yeah, I still have it.
Okay. So, as you come into the tavern, again, a lot of folk. There's some adventuring folk. You can see they're heavily armored. Some are also you can see some mage type things with upper class. They also have magical staffs and other things. This is an adventurer's tavern, right? These are people that might not even go into the city. They're just kind of staying here before they might head on the road. There are some shady folks working the pool tables right now. They all have a symbol, courtesy of a passive perception, which is absolutely enormously high from Athos. You can see that they are wearing a Rudkar symbol, which is it's an eye, but half of it's closed. And that is on some badging or their cloaks and things. And it's not something that's like hidden away, but it's a difficult detail to make out with this range, with the density of people in here, right? And you can say that they're kind of maybe occupying a piece of the tavern, playing pool and darts and other things, drinking and having fun. So, as you come in and bring yourselves to the table right at the front, there's a little bit of an entryway there with different wardrobes and shelving for your backpacks and cloaks and whatnot. So if you want to kind of get yourselves outside of your ponchos and your rain equipment, you kind of throw those in there and whatnot. Bathrooms over here in the corner at the bottom left. And what becomes apparent to you all as you're sitting there is that service is not going to come to you all anytime soon. So as soon as you sit down, you're kind of waiting there for like a couple minutes and you're maybe looking around. No server yet. And you're just looking and waiting. Not much. Now, for our new player here, so Frank, you currently are at the bar, which is somewhat empty at the present moment because people are kind of coming up and out. And you're sitting there with the beautiful plate of kind of a grouse that's been kind of fried off and seared, has like a meat, kind of this brownish gravy with mashed potatoes and those sorts of vegetables that are laid out in a nice thick kind of ale that's in a metallic stein of some kind. The bar keeps just refilling it for you and then kind of moves off and it's just assisting other customers that are coming up here and wanting refills and whatnot.
Hell yeah.
Well, would you guys like me to go get you some drinks? I may even try to offer a performance in place of payment, since we spent so much tonight.
Be careful. You haven't figured out how to not do the business with the thing. So.
That is true, but this might be a good test. We also haven't seen
stay way over there.
How much it affects, how far it affects. So even if I don't control it, we may learn some things.
You go get food and drink. I'm going to go make friends.
Okay.
Frank feels like leaving now.
Sure, Dougal.
Uh-oh. I'm in danger.
Okay.
it's called danger sense or something like that.
So Sir Dougal and Ares, you stay at the table. So you're
Oh,
kind of sitting
yeah.
there.
Gold.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on right now. Like the party. just
Jesus
split into
Christ! God has
6 different
approached
ways.
me. Oh my God!
Yeah, let me. I'm gonna turn down some of the lighting in the room.
My
This
eyes.
is
Can't see.
well, it's courtesy of version 10. So version 10, they improved the lighting
he's-
like so dramatically.
That's a
I need to-
bright ass boy.
Do you want me to fix the lighting in the bar? I can do that.
Ooh.
We can do that. We can
I
fix
don't
the
think I
lighting. in the-
can.
Yo, can we get some mood lighting
That'll be a little better.
with my song?
All right, that should be a little bit better. Basically, with Fusion version 10, they actually they made all lights brighter, just in general. So everything in the space is just like
The golden god has
Yeah.
approached.
yeah.
Is that
so
what
no,
happened to Tardan's token?
yeah. Tarn was just hit with a way. Yeah, because Tarn's token is like white, right? There's no
Yeah.
coloration in it, so it just
Jesus,
takes all the
man,
light.
Turn down the brightness.
I,
Get away
I'm
from
gonna
me.
get a new character art made. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But
So I just want to clarify. So Ares and Sir Dougal, you're just sitting at the table waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Athos, you've made way to the alcove corner with the pool tables and dartboards, a couple couches and things that are over there, chairs, I should say, fireplace. Right. So you've gone that way. Okay. And then Tardan, you went up to the bar.
correct.
Okay. So we're going to start with the bar. So Tardan, you go up to the bar. People are kind of coming in and out. The barkeep kind of looks over towards you. Very much a very stout, kind of heavier human, rough face and the things. Has like purplish, I would say greenish eyes. Continues with that weathered look, kind of wiry hair, right? White to blue blouse, brown leather tunic, and apron. Comes down. They just kind of look towards you. When you're up here, like I said, the bar is pretty much empty per se. You know, for those who are actually sitting at it, you are able to see a particular character that's currently there. And then, Frank, how would you describe yourself?
Yeah, so not particularly large person, you know. Judging by sitting down, probably underneath 6 feet, easy. A little scrawny, but he's got some lean muscle on him. Bald as hell, a little bit of gray in his beard, but you notice his facial features and skin, maybe particularly a little young, not as old as he may seem with those features. And then, despite the picture with no shirt, he does indeed have a shirt. I promise. He's not just shirtless at the bar, but very commoner
done it.
clothing. Yeah.
Okay. So you see this individual at the bar. They currently have their food out in front of them. They're drinking and whatnot. Something stands out to you that they would be an adventurer type folk. And they're sitting there. Maybe perhaps they're participating or going to participate in the Colosseum come around that time. Who knows? It seems like a lot of adventurers are going to aim to do that from the talking that you heard on your way up to the bar. The barkeep turns and looks towards you. What are you going to have?
Yes, if I could get 4 ales and 4 meals. I was hoping to talk to whoever's in charge. I would like to offer my services as a bard.
All right. 4 ales, 4 meals, and bar it up. This fucking bar wants to talk to you. Disappears into the kitchen. See as another individual comes walking over, side-letting after they're having a pleasant conversation with somebody else. A decently sized older human male with greenish brown collar shirt, suspenders, and brown leather trousers, black boots, decently kind of recently cleaned, brown eyes, brown slightly shortened straight hair, some facial hair, but it's been shaved recently as well. So they maybe kept themselves up, particularly because the Colosseum, right? The things are happening. It definitely has a sense of perfume as well pouring out from him. A bard, huh?
Yes, I noticed that you had quite a few people in here. Maybe a little bit of entertainment could go to setting the mood.
Oh, I see. Well, what's your name?
I am Tardan Salingale. I hail from Tamaria.
Oh, come away from... interesting. Well, I'm Bardem, Mora. I'm the owner of this establishment, the Enticing Weasel, and, yeah, I don't really have a bard playing tonight, but more than welcome to it. What's the cut?
I was thinking 75-25. Hopefully cover my meal. Kind of what I'm aiming for.
So
Usually I just play for
75,
food.
25 to... Where's that going?
Ooh.
75 to me, 25 to you, since you know you don't have anyone playing anyway. So it's just extra money for you if I make anything.
Interesting. Well, sounds reasonable enough.
Awesome. Sounds good. Then once I eat, I will go ahead and play for a few hours and hopefully give everyone a little bit of entertainment.
All right, sounds good. You can always take the north side. A lot of people sit over there. Points towards one of the
North
fireplaces. Over here.
Oh my god.
Awesome.
I was
I
hella
appreciate
zoomed
that. I was as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds great. It looks like it's center position. Some good acoustics probably bouncing off the stairs over there. That sounds perfect.
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking know. So you.
Well, I wouldn't expect you to know. I was just thanking you for the info. I look forward to having some of your chef's amazing food. And yeah, actually, one other thing while I've got you, do you guys have any rooms available for tonight?
Let me check. Goes underneath, grabs a kind of a booklet thing, begins to siphon through. This is like a floor plan, right? Seeing all the rooms. There's only like 2 larger rooms, and the rest are like adventure rooms, so they actually have bunk beds. So there's 4 beds in one single room. No bathroom, there's one common bathroom that's shared as soon as you go up the staircase, and it's kind of siphoning through.
Nasty.
I have 2 adventure rooms left, so it's 8 beds. You want them?
Yeah, I'll take them.
All right, cool. All right, 6 and 9. Grabs 2 keys from the booklet, kind of unlinking them from the keychain. Sets them down at the table. Are you starting to tab?
Yeah. We'll probably. I think we'll book the rooms up through the Coliseum. So 3 days, give or take.
3
maybe a
days.
day to rest.
All right,
Yeah.
3 days for the rooms and Salingale. All right, and then food as well tonight, and then we'll come to it since you're gonna make some cash for me and you for yourself. So,
Yeah, we'll settle up at the end of it.
all right, sounds good. Salingale
Appreciate
just
it.
walks off after putting the book down underneath the counter.
Are they always so rude here? I'm gonna look to the dude sitting beside me. They're very cut and dry here, are they not?
He's gonna put down his book he's reading. He's gonna look at you very sternly. Darden, was it? I have a
Yes.
question for you. What
Go
should you
ahead.
do if you meet a giant?
What should I? Well, I've actually met a giant. I've met a lot of giants, frost giants particularly. So it really depends on what you're going for. You're going for, making friends. Maybe you have a top secret mission and you need to slay a dragon for them. Like, it really
Mm-mm.
depends on why you're over there.
Mm-mm. You use big words.
Oh my god.
Hi there, Franklin Richards. Pleasure to meet you, sir. A bard, I hear.
Yes, I am a bard, and you will hear me playing a little bit, as you
He's gonna
also
reach
heard.
to shake your hand.
I will shake his hand, and I'm just gonna give him this weird grin, like that was the dumbest thing I've heard tonight. But at the same
And that's
time,
coming
it
from
shouldn't
Tug.
surprise me.
Wow, I sure am looking forward to hearing you. And as for their service, they haven't been the brightest bunches, but winning a Lathan, right?
I mean, I'm new here. I've been here maybe 8 hours.
Oh wow, fresh off the boat, huh?
Yeah, how
Good
do you know that I
expression.
didn't come over the bridge?
Oh, how about that? You from this any part here nearby, or
You
what you
literally
here-
were sitting right here when I just told him I'm from Temeria.
Oh, I was busy reading. It's a great book.
Fuck
You
you,
want-
book. I
you
have
want another
another
joke?
person that I
can
would
get
like
you-
you to meet
here.
that
Hold
enjoys reading.
Hold up, I can get another joke. Where do armies belong?
I have somebody that would love to answer that question for you, as he was in the army.
In your sleeves. He's gonna slap his thigh.
All right, well, I'm gonna go over there and wait for my food. You're more than welcome to come meet my friends if you would like.
right,
they
let me
may enjoy your
find-
jokes a little bit
Let
better.
me find a good joke real quick. Give me a second. I'll meet you over there, all right?
Whatever.
Let me find a joke real quick. And I'll head
Okay,
over.
out of character, real quick. I think we just fucking picked up another Tardan. This is horrible.
You have a backup character ready, right? When this one gets killed in like the first day.
Like,
Oh, he
maybe
won't- he
maybe shot in the back by a +2 arrow.
Here's the worst.
There's very
falls
little
down
that
some
could kill
stairs.
Franklin.
The number of Nereiuses have disappeared entirely, and the number of Tardans are multiplying.
Yeah, I don't know what's
That's the
worst
to be honest
timeline.
with you.
That was not how I expected that interaction to go down. Not at all. I was not ready for that.
Gotcha.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna
so,
head over now.
Okay, so Frank, you're grabbing your food and your drink. You begin to head over, following somewhat turn over
Absolutely.
towards the table. Athos, we're going to come
Oh.
to you. So Athos, you go into the alcove there, and the first thing you notice is that the Rudikar, some of them, which are kind of loosely dressed in different cloaks and wearing light armor with weapons underneath their cloaks hidden away, playing pool. They're kind of just giving you the eye, but not really like kind of staring you down per se. Rather, just kind of looking towards you and just going about their business. But you come across two on the actual particular couches that are very well armed. These particular individuals, they have short bows that are put to the side, lashed onto the belt. They have short sword. They have 3 different daggers and a bandolier that go across. They're wearing this kind of beautiful looking kind of stud leather armor that has intricate kind of notes to it and the way that's stitched together and things. And then they have very black, loose kind of clothing. And then on the cowls, like their hoods, they have that symbol of the Rudikar that kind of flows back. They're currently just like drinking off of metal steins, and they're kind of just like talking to themselves as they're looking at the camp, the fireplace, right, that's crackling in front of you. And then as soon as you kind of tuck yourself to the right-hand side, one of them looks closest to you and just kind of pokes the head. Can I help you?
Yes, good evening, gentlemen. I was wondering, can you believe we just got into town and we stumbled across this disaster at the Farwater Company. They've got the Imberrock half-wits investigating that fucking thing, and they've found nothing. The council says it was fucking arson. Can you believe that? Does Guildmaster Chow have anybody looking into this?
Switch over to Thief's Cant. Guildmaster Chow Razam is looking into it, as well as a couple others. Golden Hand being one. The Denkosh being second. It's unclear. But you're more than welcome to meet the Guildmaster yourself, if you'd like.
Yes, I thought I might stop by and give him a visit. I was wondering if you guys had heard anything. Have they found any information yet?
We have recovered some things. Magic is at play. Very powerful sorcery.
Obviously.
They've been aided by a group. That's why our eyes are on the two. They have the capabilities.
Interesting. He's Denkosh.
Yes, a miners' guild. It's a front. At least that's what we believe.
And you think that they were involved?
They have particular reagents that are very useful in the way the structure was imploded.
Demolition.
If they weren't involved, perhaps they supplied whoever was.
Of course. Well, are they based here in Aletha?
They are not, no. They are based in Paline. They have a mining outfit currently trying to pass through the Lavsteer Mountains into the Crystal Desert. They've made headway on both directions. They have an outpost outside the western of the mountain.
Fascinating. Well, thank you very much for your information. I shall swing by when I have a chance and catch up with the Guildmaster. Enjoy your evening, and he'll toss a gold for their drinks.
Takes the coin, looks at it, just lets it drop onto the floor. They just turn around. They're just talking to themselves now. The rest are going back and playing pool. So Athos, you come
That is
sit
interesting.
back down to the table.
Right.
You see that there's a new individual that is here, sitting there. At this point, as soon as you kind of sit down, a server walks by. It seems to have 4 different kind of helpings of the same thing that this individual is eating. It's kind of that grouse, right, that we just talked about. And then also 4 drinks, just 4 ales straight around, the metal steins. It kind of sits them down. And then lays down a bowl full of like bread or rolls. And then it becomes very apparent to you that this same bread is what Martha most likely bakes. And so you're just like looking at what you just saw inside of that little house. Server kind of graciously sets it down. Is there anything else you all need? Is that it?
I believe we're good for now.
Doesn't wait for you to answer and begins to complain.
Fucking hate it here. I'm fucking over this place.
Ares laughs out loud.
Oh yes, I would like you guys to meet my friend Frank. Frank Lynn?
Friends call
I
me
don't
Frank.
remember his name. He's weird. You guys are gonna love him. I'm gonna eat and
Have
then
you-
go play for our meal.
Have you made a new friend in a bar, Todd?
Again.
Would it be a bar if I didn't make a friend?
Do you remember what happened the last time you made a new friend in a bar?
Yeah, just be prepared to shoot this one.
Wait,
We have a habit of
Wait
killing the friends
just
you
a
meet in
darn
bars.
second there. Now I can leave if you don't want me here. That's not a problem.
The
No,
last
it's
time
just-
Todd picked up a friend in a bar, he tried to kill us and we had to murder him.
Oh, no,
I
the
mean,
only
is it
killing I
really
plan on doing is in
murder
the
if-
arena.
Hold on. Is it
Oh
really
wait, you're gonna be in the
murder?
arena.
Darn tootin'.
He is going to attack you, Todd.
No. I would you be interested
Another
in
solo
joining us?
competition.
I was gonna ask if you would join us for the group competition. You seem skilled.
Does he? At what?
D-
Drinking?
I mean, he's got big arms. They're bigger than mine.
These old things?
Okay. So two things. You just met him, and that's not saying much.
That is fair.
You have a big head, but we can make no
Whoa.
assumptions.
Hold on.
Look,
Who has a
I'm
big
just
head?
trying to make us some money,
Well,
and hiring an extra person seems like a good idea.
I
Well,
don't
yeah.
know anybody else here, so I wouldn't be opposed to a group competition. Of course, winning split equally, but if any of y'all are in solo, well then we might just have a problem.
But the group competition was not to the death, correct?
Correct. That was, I believe he said against monsters. And it seemed to be more of a timed event, is what Diaz Salas,
Mhm.
whatever his name said.
Diastrum.
Diastrom, yes. So yes, that one is just we go in there, we hit things hard, and then later there's a solo competition.
Absolutely.
But you said you're
And you
entering the
two-
solo.
You two are going to face off in the solo competition.
Oh boy, won't that be fun?
And that one's to the death, isn't it?
Hold on,
It
we
absolutely
haven't gotten
is.
that far yet. Do you know the rules for the solo competition then? Do you know what
So-
kind of magic is and is not allowed?
Would I know? My class, I don't know much about. Would
I don't think that you would know the rules, particularly to magic,
Yeah.
because you wouldn't ask about
Yeah.
that. You would know.
Exactly, that's why I was like-
You would know that the group competition is essentially who finishes fastest
Yeah.
through all the 3 rounds of monsters. And then
Mhm.
the solo competition, you go through 2 monsters to kind of prove yourself before you go
Okay.
into some number of fighting gladiators, right? Whoever enlists, whoever survives. type
Whoever-
deal,
okay,
right?
yeah.
It could be quite
Yeah.
lengthy at times. And then you understand the price pools are very high, right? And whatnot. But you would not know the rules of magic because you don't cast magic. So
maybe I've competed in this as another character, and maybe I already kind of know the rules. So maybe I just don't know the rules of the magic part. So yeah, no. Anyway, yeah. As far as I know, don't use any crazy magic, but I don't know about that. I'm all about the good old fashioned hitting hard. 2 rounds of monsters, and then whoever's left standing, 1v1. Mano y mano. Spanish is probably not a language here.
I wonder if they would be upset if I turned into a giant ape.
That would be interesting. I can't lie. Is that something y'all do here?
It's happened.
Michael knows I'm
Yes.
having PTSD flashbacks from that. See, look at his smile. He knows I'm having flashbacks from that. Not PTSD, but yeah, just flashbacks.
So far, I've only tried it once. It hasn't been perfected. It needs some fine tuning. But yes, that is illusion magic and kind of enhancement magic is kind of a forte.
Oh,
I do
practice
dabble in a
makes
little bit of-
perfect.
The rabbit turns into a bear.
That is true. That
My
is where I
goodness, you
got
are
that.
a rabbit. I do indeed have a joke for you. Pulls out the book.
God.
What's
A joke?
orange and sounds like a parrot? A carrot.
Yeah.
He's gonna interrupt you. Yeah, he's gonna interrupt you.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
Slap
He
his,
really is
slap
one of
his,
Todd's people.
slap his thigh again.
What the fuck have we gotten ourselves in?
This
should
guy
have-
airs
You should have
on-
him be your opening act. It would bring in
Oh,
even more
boy.
money.
No.
I don't-
I want to make money tonight. Okay, I offered the bartender a 75-20 split in my favor. So
That
like,
doesn't
I
add to
have-
100.
He's giving 5% back.
I just
You know he does
75-20
have a point there.
Athos, obviously the 5% is for you to be my bookkeeper. We all know that I
Hmm.
need a bookkeeper.
Clearly.
What about a bodyguard of sorts in case you perform really badly?
Oh, don't worry about that. If I perform badly, I'm gonna have a lot more issues on my hand than you're gonna want to handle.
Good to know. I will promptly leave when it happens.
So what?
So!
What brings you to this bar, Frank? What aside from dinner and a Colosseum fight?
Oh, I can't afford the other place. It's a little bit out of my price range.
Hmm.
Don't say.
You
Yeah.
poor bastard.
Literally, yes.
I mean, we are drinking and staying in the same bar.
I offered the brothel, and nobody took any sort of inclination to the brothel, except for I'm not gonna call it. Look, I was trying to cover for you, so that way they didn't know that you were in on the plan to get everyone at the brothel tomorrow.
Oh, I'm pretty sure they already figured that out.
I mean, did any of you try the Prim Iris yet?
The what?
Well. Might be a little bit above your pay grade then, but
This is what
Definitely
we
mo-
get for letting Todd make the travel.
To be fair, I didn't make the travel arrangements. I offered another place, and somebody said no, so we came.
Yeah, it
in.
was worse.
the brothel is definitely an interesting choice, Fowler. But if you're really looking to go all out, I mean, they already probably booked out, but the Prim Iris, if you have the coin, is a better place than here.
The Prim Iris. Where is that at?
If you open your map here on the Lathan district and you look at number 15, I believe that would be in the merchant quarters.
Got it.
Not too far from the arena either.
Maybe we move there tomorrow.
Good luck. I'm sure it's going to be way booked out.
I am quite good at convincing people to leave.
Does that mean
Yes.
you have a lot of coin? Because
No, he just shows up.
I feel like no matter how much you talk, they won't care.
You'd be
No, he
surprised.
just shows up.
You walk in the room. Just-
Oh god, it's that salad gale, dude. Everyone run!
Oh my god.
So, I hear you guys are off the boat a couple hours ago. How'd that trip go?
You told him about
Once
the
again,
boat.
I didn't
He
tell
did
him
talk
you
about the
boat.
boat.
I
You
said I
realize
was
the
off of
circumstances of the boat were rather classified.
That's why I didn't say anything beyond a boat. You're the one that's telling him that it's fucking classified.
There aren't many boats coming in and out of the city at the moment.
Where is
I
Nereus?
don't know. I don't
They
think
also
there's any
didn't say that
boats.
the boat just arrived. We just got off the boat. We could have been dock workers. You know, there's a lot of
God.
reasons that we could have been sleeping on a fucking boat.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that you guys weren't supposed to be on a boat. It's sounding like
Frank,
We're
you
never
shut
supposed
up.
to
This
be
is
anywhere.
between me and Nikos, okay? This is between me and Sir Knows It All.
understood. Frank's gonna go back to eating.
Yes, well, speaking of knows it all, I spoke with some loose acquaintances. It seems that the Rudikar is investigating the strange destruction of the Farwater Company, as I assumed they would be. They think that this mining guild, the Den Kosh, may have had something to do with it, or at least supplied destructive reagents used in the chaos. Maybe
Alright,
worth
so
going by and speaking to the guildmaster at some point.
While I am all interested in what happened to the Farwater Company, this is the first time in the last month that I have been in a city without any other reason but to enjoy the city. Can we just enjoy the city for a little while?
And you came to the shittiest bar in town.
And you're trying to get us in a fight.
Yes, I need more money to spend at the brothel. Clearly.
Now that's the man that has
How much-
priorities.
How much do you have to pay someone to sleep with you? Is it expensive?
Look, I'm going to pay extra for the "don't murder me" clause at the end of it, because as we all know, anyone that I meet anywhere is probably going to stab us.
Perhaps you should get better at it and they'll stop trying to kill you.
I think you're just meeting with the wrong people. But let me go back to eating.
Says the guy he just met in a bar.
And the last
Who
one
wants
we
to go
killed.
kill people
Going
for
to
money?
probably have- yes. But I suppose I should go play now. That wasn't my deal.
Guidance.
Appreciate that.
Throwing up the guidance.
Wow.
All right.
Just
I'm going to go play on the north side. I don't know how far this reaches, so if, I apologize ahead of time. And I'm just going to walk away without explaining anything to the new guy.
Okay.
is he that bad? All right.
He's pretty bad.
Sometimes.
I'm always open to new music. He plays music, right?
Sometimes it's
It's not slam poetry, is it?
Crowd
Yeah.
quiets.
Semantics.
Crowd quiets down, Tard, as you begin to make way.
Uh-oh.
Bard and another server clear the chairs away. They also bring a kind of a larger kind of table, more sturdy, and kind of set it down for you to step up on. The Kraken looks over your direction.
All right, I'm going to step on up on it, and I'm going to pull my lyre off of my back, where a weapon would typically be, and I will begin to play. No singing to go with it this time. I'm just going to focus on kind of the lyre and trying to keep my magic in check. But if whatever reason I start to see the sparks, then I'm going to actually lean into it. So if that makes sense, like if I don't feel the power, if I can hold it back, I'm going to hold it back and just try to perform normally. But if for some reason I can't, I'm going to try to push it as far as it can go and see what the, test
Okay.
the boundaries.
All right, go ahead and roll a performance check and add a d4.
Small baby.
For
Okay.
Nice.
not bad.
20. So as you begin to play your lyre, you're not singing, you're just kind of working the notes and you're just kind of strumming along. You can feel the gift almost invoking itself through your notes you're playing, and it begins to kind of embody that with a purple and pink cackling lightning. It's up to you, but it's there.
Then yeah, if I feel it and I can feel like I can kind of control it, then I'm just gonna send it outwards because I want to
Okay.
see how far it actually goes in a room this crowded.
Okay. So you begin to play, empowering the musical notes with your purple and pink cackling lightning. I need you to click your token and now click your feature Gift of the Old One. Doesn't actually do anything, but it's a really cool effect.
Token Gift of the Old Teacher. Oh.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Super cool looking. All right. So as
It's
you
metal.
Yeah, no. So you begin to channel this, and it begins to send outwards. This has a 90-foot range. So this is
Oh.
the entire tavern that's hit by your musical notes, because this is as far as
shit.
sound can travel. So as you begin to perform, I need the party please to make a charisma saving throw. I'm not going to roll the rest of the
No,
space.
that's fine.
Charisma saving.
Charisma saving throw.
That's a 17. baby.
Nobody beats a 20.
All right.
Ooh.
So 20 is the check set out by the performance here, and you are all falling under the very sense of charm. If you have advantage against charm effects, charmed like elf, but you can roll another charisma saving throw if you really want. But it's kind of just flavor at that point, right? This isn't anything that's like combat hostility. So the charm is coming outwards and it's creating this kind of dazzling, euphoric effect, and you're really falling in love with the performance that's being done here. So as the crowd really gets into it, and you begin to play, begin to cheer, having themselves robust as they keep going through the cheers, just enjoying the performance that you have done, and you continue to play in that charm condition. Now, you're just continuing to pull this gift outwards, and we reach a point of where you become fatigued. In fact, you've been performing, it seems, right around a minute, and now you are feeling the succumb of exhaustion. So my question to you is, do you continue to expend your gift, and do you continue to perform? But both of those aren't mutually exclusive.
Yeah, so I would try then, once I started to feel myself get tired, to focus back on the lyre and pull the gift in, but
Okay.
still continue to play to see if I had that granular level of control.
Okay. So you do have the level of control as you continue. It's difficult to manage, but eventually you're able to pull it back, almost like reserving your strength. You do not take exhaustion, and it feels like this is not something that you can do you can't really invoke that readily soon. You have to definitely recover from it. And you begin to play. Some of the people are kind of shaking their heads and things, and they're kind of quieting down, not cheering as much, but they're still really giving you quite the thrall and just enjoying it. Some of the Rudikar were not phased. They might have rolled high charisma saving throws, or perhaps they're just wondering of what just happened to them. You all at the table know exactly. Frank, you have no idea what has just happened, but
Damn, this boy is good. No.
it's the most greatest performance of your life. And you can see at the base, like the table, like people have been coming up in their charm conditions because they can still move and stuff. So as you've been performing it for the minute, a lot of the tables nearby have just come up and grabbed purses and just set them down. So you have about 600 gold pieces on the table right now, and the amount of coin purses. And there's some of them are looking at their pockets, wondering what they just did. And they look at the table, and they look at their ale, and they're kind of staring inside, wondering if they're drunk and they just gave like too much coin. And they're like, throwing their hands up in the air.
Oh well.
Okay. I would continue to play for some time. Obviously satisfied with the amount of money that I made. But then eventually I would go back over to the table. But I would stay over here for a little while. So if you guys want to talk and do whatever.
So, what's your story?
I think
Who are
we
ya?
created a monster here.
Wait, what kind of monster? Where? Frank gets a little nervous, ready to kill.
So many.
Frank, were you dropped on your head at some time when you were growing up?
Well, that's rather rude.
Not
I'm
at all.
It's a curious question, Athos.
We were here. We're visiting here, returning a token from a fallen comrade to their family. They're surviving.
Well, you really know how to lighten the mood.
Well, that's honorable of y'all.
Well, it's what we're doing.
That's fair. How do
As
you
for
feel about dragons, Frank?
Hmm.
How do I
So-
feel about dragons?
So pause that,
Talking about
Athos.
light mode.
Oh.
You have a passive investigation high enough, but you can see, as well as perception, but you can also see that Frank has an amulet that's kind of tucked into the different clothing, and that amulet has an interesting, odd silver gemstone that is a pendant inlaid in the
What was that
silver
about
setting.
dragons?
Now, looking at it further and staring, right, your stuff is super high. You can kind of tell that it's like a ring that has like that gemstone inlaid into the ring, and it resembles that like a wedding ring, and then the chain just kind of holds it to the neck.
Interesting.
I mean, dragons. I mean, whew, I've only heard of a rumor of a silver dragon up in Eastmar, but not much else. Why?
Oh, they just they've been around a bit lately. It seems to be a
Mhm.
running theme. With the dragons.
Big
I
and scary
will-
monsters.
Athos will eyeball, get Ares' attention, and sort of subtly motion towards the thing that Frank is wearing.
Frank's just eating.
Are you from here,
Here.
Frank? Did you? You're-
Not in
you're
this
native?
particular area, but a little more up north. More towards the Fort Farron area, I guess, if you guys know.
Are you a zombie?
Wait, what?
So hold on. So my question was rude, but you're allowed to ask if he's a zombie.
A zombie? Yeah.
You know, last I checked, I wasn't a zombie.
I
That's
mean,
good.
Athos, really here.
I don't think I've ever been asked if I was a zombie before. Why do you ask? If you don't mind me
How-
asking.
How long
We
has
just
it
hear
been
there's a
since
lot
you've
of
been home?
zombies.
Wait, how long has it been?
Since you've been home, yeah.
Give or take month or so. Not much. Been kind of traveling my way more down south, doing odd jobs here and there, getting
We
money.
heard that they were having a bit of a zombie problem up that way. We haven't been there ourselves.
Eastmar?
Fort
No,
Farron.
Fort Farron.
Oh, Fort Farron. Oh no, I like to use Fort Farron as more of a central area, I guess, right there. Michael, would I know anything about that? I guess I don't know. I don't know if I would have heard. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, we passed through Fort Farron.
Yeah,
I mean,
Okay.
that was something that people talked
I've seen
about,
it.
but it wasn't anything like particularly scary. They just said that they
Okay.
were attacked every so often.
Okay. You know, there's talks of the undead attacks and whatnot, but I don't know much myself. Just, you know, whispers, rumors. Why do you ask?
Just curious. We had considered making a trip up there potentially at some point. We have some business loosely in the area.
Oh,
Well,
I won't
Duke
won't
does.
pry.
Fort
Oh,
Farron
yes.
is a staging point for the marshes, and the undead that are plaguing Fort Farron from the marshes are one of our. Let's just say they're on our list.
Dealing with the undead is on your list. Who am I talking to?
Dealing with eradicating,
Oh my,
terminating.
that is some intense vocabulary there, sir.
I guess it's rather exciting, but as being from there, I might have expected that maybe you had some intelligence to offer us.
Oh no, I was a farmer. More, if you guys want to go to the map, more towards the. Oh, I guess it's not right on here. The Aluda area, towards that direction. A little bit through the mountain pass of Fort Farron. So I passed through, but not particularly from that area.
So you were closer to the Silver Dragon attack than you were to the Undead Army? Is that what I'm gathering from your story?
Yeah, there have. Let me go to the backstory report. There have been rumors of a silver dragon going flying over the area. You know how
Why'd you
Clan Gilgal can be.
Why'd you leave?
Why did I leave? Oh, you know, daughter's going down to wizarding school down in Melandar. Had to pay the bill some way. Figured the arena would be a good way to make a good chunk of money to help her out.
So you're fighting for tuition.
Absolutely.
Fascinating.
That's at least a
Student-
noble reason.
Student loans are quite a burden. It is a noble endeavor for you to spare her the burden.
And I hear interest rates are on the rise, so you can't be too careful.
Horribly inflated, yeah.
Absolutely.
So you're married then?
A little bit of a touchy subject, but not anymore.
Sorry to hear that.
She went off with some sort of high elf banker or nobleman of some sort down in Bayalder, however it's pronounced.
High elf, you say?
Yeah, I believe so. That's what I heard last.
Hmm. That lines up with what I know about high elf.
Well, I don't judge all people by their
Tell us more about these high elves.
Ignore the high elf sitting across the table from you.
I just know of who he is and very little about what he does, but he is very rich.
Powerful.
And Frank's gonna kind of touch his chest a little bit, feeling where that ring is,
Are you having a heart attack, old man?
That's
Old man, excuse me.
Everyone is being so rude.
I am 45 years old.
I'm sorry, you're bald. There's gray hair.
Farming is very hard work. Okay, son.
To be fair, I was bald for like 3 days or something.
Well,
It is
yeah,
true.
hair,
You did
hair
look like an
generally
old
grows
man.
back. So, I mean, I don't know. That's
Not
how
when
that
you lose it to a supernatural deity.
It was complicated. I got a
All
bit
right, fair.
disintegrated.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Frank, you said is your name, right? What is that you have around your neck there that you keep on grabbing?
Oh yeah, this Frank's gonna start to get a little flustered, a little frustrated. This was Morgan's ring that I gave her and had for over 20 years together.
20 years.
Mm-hmm.
At least
I
she
think
gave
my
it back.
longest relationship's like a month.
Well,
The
a month,
longest
20
you stayed
years,
for,
all
or
it
the
takes
longest
is
it willingly stayed with you.
Yes.
The question is, does it say more about you or the people that you enter into these contracts with?
as long as she's not trying to kill you, correct?
Yeah, that's the other side of the coin. Is that with
But
good
as long as-
performances, as you saw, people can get a little crazy.
By the way, fantastic performance if I didn't tell you already. Really mesmerizing.
He does take tips.
There's, I do take tips, but you're broke and you're saving for tuition, so don't feel the need to tip me.
Pity, huh?
Very
That's the way we're going.
This poor man has been accosted, interrogated.
Frank's starting to get a little more
insulted.
angry. Maybe Frank's starting to get a little straighten up a little bit. He takes another drink. He's getting a little frustrated here.
He's just trying to get in your head before you face him in the arena. Don't let it work.
Oh, face him in the arena. Oh yeah, I'm gonna eye him up and down. That boy ain't
Oh,
gonna
don't worry.
last.
I'm not much of a. I don't use weapons in the traditional sense.
He doesn't do anything in the traditional sense.
I know you like to blow on some flutes, huh? I know what you mean.
I suppose, but I keep losing my flutes, so.
I'd love to hear about that someday.
This conversation has just gone so far in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we went there. We went somewhere. All right. So the night.
Michael's like, all right, I'm done. Fuck y'all, no.
So the night is,
Crashes into the bar.
the dragon
Oh,
flies
boy.
right in. No, so the night is kind of lowering you. The Rudikar, they're bouncing out, so they're kind of making their separate ways. Maybe they're going home. Maybe they're going back to the guild house. It's unclear. Some of the people are kind of clearing out, but again, it's just going to continue well into the morning. People are drinking. They're having fun, getting more rowdy. People are having a couple of different fist fights across the way after kind of a confrontation, potentially paying the bill or something like that. And you're kind of at, you're on your own, but you're tired, right? Think about the journey that you had at sea and then getting off the boat, then hiking up, talking to Martha and House Jan there. So you're at the point of where you're feeling fatigued, not in level of exhaustion per se, but you can feel that you're getting tired.
Sleepy times.
More than welcome to stay, right? And Frank, you have a room here. You've already rented,
Damn
right?
straight.
You're planning on fighting in the Coliseum, so you've rented the room till to that point. So you all are more than welcome to continue the conversation. Just putting a aware of what time it is in the game. It's getting late, and the fact that you've been awake for an extended period. So.
So given that, I'll actually pull out the 2 keys, and I'm going to pass the number 6 key to Dougal, and I'm going to look at Dougal and Ares. I believe the 2 of you should be able to fit into this room. I believe there's bunk beds that fit 4, so you should each have your own separate bunk bed. Athos, I have a room for us as well.
Oh, lovely.
You also have your own separate bunk bed, don't worry.
I didn't ask. Make it work.
I'm going to go pay the barkeep, and I'm going to head up, so feel free to knock. We're in room number 9.
Okay. Do you think... Are we going to wait, or is this the point where we have the talk with our new friend, Frank?
Wait, now hold up just a minute. I just met y'all. Y'all seem really nice, but
Oh,
I don't know
Frank,
if I'm ready.
You can meet us in room number 9 for your initiative.
Oh, that's even worse! That sounds so much worse! That is so much worse! That is so bad!
You, sir.
We're gonna get banned! We're streaming on Twitch! We're gonna get banned! No one, I mean, not a lot can watch this, but still.
it was suggestive, Michael. It wasn't necessarily thrown out there. That wasn't that bad. I've heard a lot worse.
Okay.
I've seen
All right.
a lot worse on Twitch.
Yeah.
Damn
It
straight.
has been a lot worse. Okay. So you all kind of get away from the crowd, away from the noise. You're making your way up upstairs, and so a lot of the tavern
okay.
stuff is kind of underneath you, and then you have the rain up on the roof giving up there. So upon getting upstairs, kind of going to a landing area, then disappearing, there's a large common area. There's more tables up there, so there's people drinking up here even. And enjoying themselves. A couple card games and other things are happening up here. And then you have 3 different kind of corridors. One leads towards 2 of the larger rooms, and then the bathroom on the other side of that wall. And then there's 2 corridors kind of go like north and then south, separating the space. And those are aligned with their independent rooms. Tartan, you make way to the bar before you go up. You're able to saddle up, 25% of the 600 that you earn in the direction of the house, and then as far as your food and your rooms are concerned and whatnot, just kind of keeping an open tab, right? So they're not closing you out at all. They're going to make sure that you're kind of adding to the tab till the end of your stay. Their Adventurers Tavern is kind of what they do. So you're able to hand over the 25% now, and then that's going to go, talk about kind of saddling up elsewhere at that point. So you pass upstairs. And then you find the room. Particular rooms in their direction are in the northern corridor, both of them flanked. They're not very far apart from each other. Even odd type deal, so one's across the other way. And then you're able to kind of figure out going into room 6. It sounds like passing into that point. 2 bunk beds, pretty decent size, kind of like twin full-size mattresses, cotton plush sheets. Kind of things, kind of scraggly, woolly blankets and pillows, It's clean, it's upkept, but there's just not a lot of furnishings. It's really the bunk beds on either side, opposing, opposite of the entry. There is a single window that it sits between them. There is a table of sorts between underneath that window, and then there is a small wardrobe and shelf, and that is literally it. There's not much else in here, and so you're kind of having a vibe that people they come in and out here quite often, right? And so you can see like fresh sweep marks and broom marks on the floor and scratches and things, being weathered from many different boots trampling it. You're left alone inside the room, and the room is big enough to kind of occupy if let's say 10 people stood in it. That's about the size of this room, so you can have 10 people standing up in it and whatnot. So
Rager.
It's like void of furnishings is a good way to put it. So
Kind of like a typical anime bedroom. Got it. That's the way I see it.
Sure.
An isekai. It's a thing.
Start to hone your blade.
Not
This is
while I'm
where
in the room.
the main character does some.
Yep.
All right.
It's a montage. Well,
Mhm.
I think I'm going to retire. I'm quite tired. Frank, there is probably a larger conversation that we're going to need to have at some point. You could catch us in the morning for breakfast, perhaps. I suspect you have set off on a much larger quest than you anticipated.
Ah, yes, the quest of student loans. Frank's gonna walk away.
okay.
Oh, oops! Don't bump into her.
So Frank, you're up in the room right now with them.
Yep.
So you kind of walk outside of that room, and then you go into your respective room, which, strangely enough, just happens to be 2 doors down the same northern corridor. So it's just like walking
Wow,
out,
what a coincidence!
putting your key and opening them up. Your particular room, you actually have other people in there. So you open it up, and you expected this. The 3 different other bunk beds, right, are open and things as part of a cheaper rate, and so you're able to go in there, and find your bunk bed, and saddle yourself down. Or
You're
settle
really
yourself.
cutting corners around here, All right, bet we're gonna go to sleepy.
Yep.
So, well, he clearly is a stone bearer.
Okay.
I don't think he.
I just gotta say this.
I don't think he knows it though.
Clearly not.
I mean,
I'm not sure he knows much, to be honest, but
where in the fuck does Tarden find these people?
everywhere we go.
At the bar.
I
You
mean, my
can't say
God, the
he's
last
not
guy
talented.
tried to kill us.
Right.
This guy, I don't even know if he knows how to spell his own name.
We're gonna try and kill him.
Fair enough.
Preemptively, just take him out. Is your thought. We did
Oh
learn
my-
that we can make new chosen, so we could kill him, take his stone, and present it to someone else.
Right.
Hell yeah!
It
That
is
might be the
interesting-
best idea I've heard.
It's interesting to hear that he hasn't been the one wearing it for 20 years, he said.
Well,
I mean,
these
look
all
at
do
me.
seem to have a way of changing. Yes, Harry's only recently acquired his. I've had mine for a while, but not forever.
Gotta have a talk with Tarden about finding people and how much he says to these people, by the way.
Complete, absolute, batshit stranger, and tell him we came in on a pirate ship, in under a blockade into a large city.
None of those words were used.
Tarden, you're not here.
I'm just out of character. I want to defend my actions.
I gotta give you that one. You did say shit, but maybe Frank does know about the blockade, so maybe you did kind of let that slip. But I'm gonna be real.
That's fun.
Worth it.
We're used to this with Tarden.
I did also throw out dragons and giants and shit. So who knows what Frank actually believes me saying? You know?
That's true.
He's thinking about turnips. You know what I mean?
Oh my God.
His class is actually farmer. He
Yeah,
is
I'm
an
literally just
NPC.
farmer. Yeah, that's all.
Farmer Frank.
Straight farmer Frank, baby.
Oh my God.
chosen one.
I don't. I am a little nervous about asking. I'm a little nervous, I think, about asking somebody who is, I'm not going to be disparaging, but more or less unwittingly involved to plunge themselves at this point headlong into this kind of struggle, right? We've spent months digging up the truth and coming to terms with what we think is happening.
I mean, in fairness, given what we know about the stones, how they were sent out, how they're meant to find those who are necessary, he's already been put on the path. He didn't know he was on it, but the knowledge of the path that he is on does not change the path that he is on. If anything, it may give him some clarity on what lies ahead.
We're talking about taking a guy who's here to make money for his daughter's tuition and essentially tearing him away from that, launching him onto a particular path filled with peril and very little reward.
To be fair, he'll probably make far more money with us than he would in the Colosseum. His odds of seeing his daughter again probably worse, but
right.
Again, he's already on this path, whether we take him with us or not. He, I suspect, will cross paths with Damodar. He will be found by a dragon, as we all have been, regardless of what our intentions or motives were. Here we are.
I agree. Maybe it's prudent to keep him close and see if he has the stomach for it.
If nothing else, we're going to need his stone to deal with that dragon, so we can't afford to.
I mean, can't you just take it at this point, Athos?
Well, we've learned with these things, it's particular. Remember, we traded some stones, they disappeared, reappeared. They tend to hang out where they're meant to be. It seems, unless someone willingly gives it, or is dead.
Or betrays the party.
Right.
Or walks away from the party.
Well, we remember Nereus actually, other than we have actually experimented with that, but Nereus actually succeeded in trading stones.
Right, he willingly gave one up and took a different one. But the
Right.
willingly part is, you saw how he clutched at that ring. I doubt very seriously he's going to be willingly giving it up. And if I took it from him, it would simply reappear in his pocket, I imagine. Unless he was dead.
I mean, maybe we tell him the truth and make him willingly give it up.
Make him willingly give it up.
Now that is...
At least it would be his
oxymoron at
choice.
best.
He could decide what to do. I mean, again, knowledge is what we have to offer. What he chooses to do with it should be his choice, frankly. And if he wants nothing to do with it, then yes, we convince him to part with his. Oh yes, indeed.
Frank peeks his head down. Slaps his thigh. I see what you did there.
This is going to be a barrel of laughs.
Well, if nothing else, this should be interesting.
I will say, I think it at least, if the woven tapestries of chaotic, nonsensical fate machinations that have put all of us in these places has aligned him with our path, I think it is harmless in telling him the truth. While we keep much information guarded, I don't think we have anything to risk from telling him. And frankly, if he tried to go tell someone else, he'd turn it into a terrible joke and nobody would believe him.
I mean, okay, I guess we do have that going for us. I don't think no matter what he says, anybody will really believe him.
Although I keep saying that about Todd, and somehow it keeps working.
Do people believe him or pity him?
Apparently, it is very expensive to get someone to sleep with him. Did you hear that? He's like saving up money to go to the hospital. He's willing to kill people.
He's trying to fuck the Queen of England, apparently.
Oh my God.
I'm just trying to
that
treat
is
my
the
heroes
highest.
to a good night by getting them some action in a brothel, and I'm getting all the hate here. Okay?
You're Tarding crying in the next room. Frank is like, I wonder who that is. Interesting.
Okay, so
Well,
it sounds like you're trying to figure out to tell Frank or not. Still.
Or murder me. That's cool too.
you have to weigh all the options. There's you never.
Fuck
skip
yeah, you
one.
do.
That's all
Yeah, you
cards on the
could.
table.
I could just kill him in the arena for you guys. It's fine.
1v1 me, bros.
Tard.
I dare you.
Can we
Tard,
put some money down?
you're upstairs. You're not even with us.
I don't know.
Oh.
It's not going to happen tonight. We could figure it out in the morning. But I suspect. I have a feeling, much like an irritating itch, that he's not going away anytime soon. So it would be best just to level with him.
Are we really considering fighting in the Coliseum, by the way? Is that
I mean,
I'm not against it. I don't know that we need the money, but I suppose it couldn't hurt.
Shouldn't we try to keep a low profile? And
I agree. I wasn't Tardan certainly put it out there. But it's what seems like with very little permission from the rest of us.
We could compete with a pseudonym or something. So to have a made up name. Then nobody would know who we really were. And then we only use
look at me.
an Alathan.
Look at me. You really think that a pseudonym or a fake identity is going to disguise me?
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of Harangon here.
And 6 foot Haragon at that.
Oh, you'll be a bear anyway.
This might be the worst idea we've ever had as a party.
Actually, I am quite good at disguises. I could make you all undetectable.
Oh, really?
You know, I can do an even better job. I could do one better. I'm not going. I won't be detectable because I won't be there.
I won't be seen.
Right. Okay. To bed, definitely. But I'm thinking about this decision to go in us. We just got here, and to plunge ourselves into the spotlight in a city that we're not really sure which way is up yet.
That's fair. I mean, it is a few days. I'm rather indifferent. I mean, it seems a bit crass killing random things for money, but we do that anyway. This would just be in front of an audience. So
Kind of cuts out the middleman, right?
it's more direct.
I'm thinking about actually investigating the Far Water Company, spending some time maybe looking at the. I mean, I'm gonna call it a crime scene, but I think you and I both are a little suspicious of the label of arson that it's been given.
Oh, it's complete bullshit. Yes, that's they are obviously unwilling to find out what actually happened and unwilling to admit that they have no fucking idea what happened. Yeah, no, I spoke to the Rudicon a bit about that. They are looking into it. We could swing by and talk to them. I have a bit of an in. I spent some time with them previously. possible they have more information than I gathered from the compatriots over there. We could also potentially look into this mining outfit, although they're not based here, so I don't know how much information we'd be able to get locals. I still have my suspicions that Damodar was behind it, but the Rudokar seemed at least fairly certain that this mining company was involved, even if they weren't the ones pulling the strings. It's
Now that
possible-
you've
I mean, we've known him to use intermediaries before.
used the D word, or is anyone curious about Martha's report of the curious human mage that presented themselves to Keeloot?
I have to admit, I was not listening particularly closely to what Martha said.
I have to
You'll
admit, I had no
refresh my
idea why we
memory.
were there.
What did she say about the human mage?
Tardan, the ship that Tardan and I were on before arriving in Harak, admittedly before we met you two in Othema, the ship's captain was put on a path by, according to Martha, by a mysterious human question mark wizard.
So he was following directions based on that encounter when he
Right.
scooped up you all.
Traveling around the world. Well, maybe my entrance was a little different, unorthodox, but certainly yes. It seemed like he was traveling around the world. Question mark.
That sounds.
Chosen.
Were you insinuating that you think that might be Damodar?
I want to. That's a possibility.
Based on what mostly Tardan, but you all have told me, that sounds, if I had to guess, more like this Magello character.
Magello, yes. It's equally possible.
They
Is
both
there
have a way
anything
of
that's
popping up
not
and
possible?
setting things in motion.
Well, let me say it this way.
Well, he was human.
Let me say it this way. If there was a plan in place to gather us all on one ship and then sink the ship, does that sound like Magello, or does that sound like Damodar?
Yes, but how did you get on the ship?
You're not going to believe it.
I rarely believe anything.
A mysterious human question mark mage. It's actually very similar to the story about Keeloot. Which is specifically why I had asked for a elaboration on the description. They teleported me from they forcibly ejected me from my dimension and planted me on a moving ship.
That's
The
both
striker.
impressive and sounds terrible. So you saw that mage, the mage who teleported you. That was not Damodar, I assume.
You know, I didn't get a good with the drawn hood and just overall clandestine nature of the figure. I didn't get a good look.
You see, this always happens. This is why witness testimony is completely unusable. It's never helps.
I actually
Still,
initially when I saw them, I had thought that they were a member of a totally different group of mages, but now that I've spent time with it, I think I have to recognize that that's not true. I think it was either Damodar or Jello.
Well, it
It
strikes
was
me if the person that set Keelut on his path
right,
was looking to destroy everyone on the boat because he wanted them in one place.
right.
If that were the same person that came to teleport you onto the boat, could they not have simply destroyed you instead of sending you to a boat, or sent you to a volcano or something?
Right. Right. So the two questions are they the same person?
Are they the same
Or
person, and was either of them Damodar?
right.
I find it interesting that there are these two very powerful, very prominent mages who seem to keep interloping into the lives of ourselves and the fabric of the universe, apparently. And yet this is all taking place on a continent where powerful wielders of the arcane are not particularly prevalent, and there's a bit of a looking down of the noses towards those who pursue those things.
I think it extends beyond the continent, though, right? I
Oh,
mean,
indeed, yes.
being from another dimension, forget about continent.
Yes, now we've well learned that the larger conflict at hand spans realities, I believe, time itself. But still, the concentration of location and effort seem to all converge here, at least for the moment.
I think we should tell Frank. I think we should tell him some of what we learned. I agree with you. I think we should disclose some of it. He doesn't have to know my shoe size, but
For what gain right now? We don't even know
well,
the guy.
you're right. I wonder though if he's not withholding. I wonder if he's not withholding some information because we are actually withholding from him.
Did he strike you as someone with a wealth
You
of hidden
lying
information?
bastards! No.
I was about to say, does he look like or sound like he's somebody withholding information?
Yeah, passive insight. I think from everyone at the table, Frank was not withholding anything. Seemed like they were an open book. No pun intended.
But
Ha!
just happens to be a very short book.
You
with
hear
lots
a
of pictures.
nice thigh slap coming from upstairs.
So I
Then
think
how
at
about-
this point I'm gonna tee up the conversation because we're kind of in circles. I think we're definitely now coming back around to Frank and being like, do we tell Frank or not? So
Frank is really the centerpiece of it all, if you really think about it, right?
from
Damodar,
what I
Magello, any of it. You never know. Frank is really the middle of it all.
what I've heard from all of you is really it sounds like telling Frank is going to be the best scenario that you have, at least just to tell Frank and get them up to speed a little bit on what has implicated all of you into this thing. You know, you want to make sure that they're aware it was where you weren't, right? And that's something that you can just do for them. The second thing is going and exploring the Far Water Company, some of the intricacies maybe there, or going to Guildmaster Chow Razam in the morning maybe would be good. You definitely have a day before the Coliseum, the opportunity of fighting in that. You want to do that, right? So there's a whole day that you can take in the city to do things. So definitely maybe going through that and getting some more information would be very handy to you. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take a break. I'm just going to say, if there's anything out of character when we come back that you all want to kind of talk about at the table, we totally can. But for now, I think that you all can kind of get some rest, right? Go through your long rests, get up to your rooms and things. And then we can always retcon whatever you want to add to the conversation. So if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Group 5, everyone. And we'll be back in 10 minutes or so. So right after the top of the hour. So 7:02 p.m. PST. We hope to see you then. So bye.
Sounds good.
All right, welcome back. Joining us after the break. Thanks so much. We appreciate it. And so we're getting in the morning here after the long rest. Again, if there's anything you want to retcon at the table for your characters, you totally can. At this point, also not really relevant to move your tokens unless you truly feel like doing it. We can just theater of mind in the tavern here. I'm going to go ahead and kind of cue some ambiance for the morning.
Man, guys, I really don't want to murder Frank. Yeah, me either. Hell yeah.
That's not even on the table.
No.
Tarn will
Totally.
murder you and not blink twice, so don't worry about it.
I was at this point, I think murdering any of us is always on the table. Like,
Oh, yeah.
depending on what happens.
Fuck yeah, you're not properly playing D&D if you ain't ready to murder your buddies.
Given that we already believe Damodar was a stone bear, yeah, that lines out.
I didn't know that.
Hmm.
All right. Frank doesn't
Rip.
know that. No, Frank doesn't know that. All
Frank
right,
doesn't know that.
Frank's in character, baby. All right, go sit next to the Golden God. What up, Amon Ra? Well, good morning, all.
Boy, how did you sleep? Well,
I mean, you know, bunch of strangers nearby, as good as you can.
oh, did you not have a private room? That's unfortunate.
I mean, I don't think private rooms are really a thing here.
I mean,
I mean,
we had private
we
rooms.
shared, but yeah, it was just us.
Oh, you shared it, so not very private.
No strangers.
I mean,
strange you.
Hey, what
We don't
y'all
have to
do in
be-
your what y'all do in your room is what y'all do in your room. I ain't gonna judge.
we just didn't have to be worried about being shanked in our room by some random adventurer.
Well, then, are you
No,
truly
just,
living?
Just each other.
Really think about that.
To be
Frank,
fair,
I
I
have
would
to-
never stab you, Athos.
Frank, I have to ask
appreciate
you,
that.
what
That's
do you
because
know
never stab
about
anything?
what do you know about that ring that you carry, other than its sentimental value?
Nothing, I guess. Then just family heirloom.
Oh, so it's been in your family for some time.
Yeah.
It wasn't just
Give-
you didn't buy it as a wedding present. Was it?
No, handed down.
Well, we're considering asking you to join us, but before we do
That's
that, I
right,
think it's a well.
Hmm?
Okay, I'm considering asking you to join us.
You know,
But before we do that, I think it's kind of important that we expound on what we suspect that stone is around your neck.
Actually, if I may,
there is.
it is frequently better to simply show rather than tell.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
I was
you-
also going to
Frank.
say,
Oh, go ahead.
given what the stones are connected to, he could go focus on the stone.
That's exactly what I was going to suggest. Yes, good, great
Okay.
idea, Todd. That's,
Yeah,
it's
so
a rarity.
great minds
It's-
think alike. It's great.
absolutely, I am not out of the loop
Living
at
off
all. I totally
Okay,
understand
so-
what is happening.
Listen, would you indulge us for a bit of an experiment, if you would? A thought
Alrighty.
exercise, if you will. I
Sure.
would like you to take the ring that you wear, hold it in
Mhm.
your hand,
Mm-hmm.
clear your mind, and focus on the stone that is set upon it, very intently.
I'm going to
Alright.
reach out and touch him,
Wait.
and give him bardic, just on the shoulder. On the shoulder. I want to give him bardic inspiration for the check, and tell him
Alrighty.
to focus on the silver dragon that he heard rumors about, given the color of his stone.
The silver dragon. All right. All right. Frank's gonna attempt to clear his mind and focus. What do I need to roll anything, Michael?
What was the saving throw?
Wisdom. All right.
Yep.
Frank is great at that.
Oh, I don't know if I targeted you. It might not make you.
You
roll the
didn't
bardic.
target. You can use your bardic inspiration if you'd like. The D8, I believe.
A
Yeah, it's a
D8.
D8.
Fantastic. Hell yeah.
16. So you begin to focus on your stone as these acquaintances are communicating to you to do, and you look at the ring, and you are feeling so much emotion from your ex-wife. But as you stare at it, that begins to come diluted down.
Okay, we should time
And-
out. I named my ex-wife after my current wife. So
That is true.
That's why.
That's a ballsy move.
And
That's
then,
a
and then the
god.
daughter,
It's
the
a
daughter
ballsy
is named
move.
after the dog we adopted together like almost
That's
a
very-
year ago.
That's very true.
So that's why I keep laughing.
It's very true.
Oh, my
She's
So-
not very happy about it. I'll be real. Okay, so
I can't imagine why.
We'll have
Right.
to change just a little bit.
okay,
Okay. So you are filled with those emotions. They become
Yep.
diluted as you get like kind of sucked into the stone, and your eyes kind of fall through. And for everyone else, you're just staring, and just Frank is like just looking at it very intently. You're wondering what's happening. But Frank, as you go into the stone, you're brought into a place that is very kind of dark,
Oh.
barely lit by lanterns or lamps that are kind of hung on these posts or by buildings, and it's just this place of stone. You're in a kind of a courtyard, and as you look around, you can see that there are many bits and pieces of stonework and things that have been destroyed. Like the buildings have been ruined and crushed, and there's bodies that are just littering everywhere. Dwarfs, all of which have succumbed to something of lacerations, bludgeoning, or frozen solid. The buildings are just brought from a tall point to a low point, crumbled downwards. Some of the bridges that form these kind of like a skyscape type environment in this cavern, connecting these upper and lower places, just gone into the abyss. And you're just kind of left there. And as you're there, and you're like looking around, through the light you see a shifting of a shadow. You can stare at it for a brief moment. Then you hear the sound of crying. And as you look, the figure then comes into the light and appears to be an elf. Brownish hair flowing down into a ponytail with freckles upon the cheeks and silver eyes. Very neatly and pristinely dressed in a vibrant green tunic with golden toggles and a white silk blouse, matching kind of darker green leather trousers and tall black studded boots. They lean upon some of the rubble. They lower themselves down into a sit position, and they sit there sobbing. As you stare at them and continue to watch, they then pick themselves up. They look around. And then they move into the shadows. And as they do that, you can see that they transform into something very large. And as the movement of air gushes and moves about you, you're brought back into the tavern.
Oh boy. All right. Well, I imagine Frank, freaking out, falling over in his chair, panicking.
Did you meet your dragon?
What in Sam's hell was that? So many dead dwarves. Ruined city.
Maybe we should ask him what he saw first before we ask him a question like that.
Whew. Frank's gonna get himself up. Apologies about that. Whew. All right. Trying to keep my calm here. Wait, Frank's gonna get really low. What the hell was that?
Well, what did you see? And then maybe we can explain.
Just a ruined city, dead dwarves, elf crying, and then turned into a giant beast or something like that.
Sounds like the dragon.
A dragon that turns into an elf. Interesting.
Very. Okay, so anybody want to chime in on what that was?
Well, Sir Dougal, it looks like he is definitely one of us. Do you want to initiate the gentleman, elderly gentleman here?
It's only a small amount of blood. Hardly hurts.
Wait, what?
They're teasing. It's a lot of them.
There's also a cavity search involved.
Oh,
Frank.
oh, Juice, what is up with every
Frank,
time? This is
Frank's
the
just
third
gonna back
time
up a
tonight.
little bit.
It's the third time.
Search.
It's been 3 weeks. Gotta get them all in.
Yeah, you throw them all in.
We gotta get it all.
There's so many
We gotta hurry up. Yeah, we gotta get in there.
Yep, and my wife accuses me of having adult time during this. Yep.
Oh man.
This is what you signed up for, let's face it.
Ooh. I signed up for a single competition to win money. I didn't sign up for this. What is this? Somebody tell me now before I get mad.
Well, Athos will show him his ring, which has a gold gem on it. Someone signed you up for something quite some time ago. It sounds like if this is an heirloom of yours, it's been passed down. These stones are something called the Essence of Dragons. And they are part of the machinations of very powerful beings who are diametrically opposed on whether or not to upend the order of the universe, basically, to put it succinctly. They were sent to us. We are called by some the Chosen to help us restore a balance.
Balance to what?
Well, there is the one you saw a dragon. We all do. All
Yeah.
of our stones are connected to a dragon of a matching color, it seems. There is one who commands those dragons, and he seeks to tear apart the fabric of the universe. Best guess, he's not a particularly nice gentleman. I've
I
never
mean, I don't
really
want
met
to.
him. I saw him once briefly.
Oh, do you guys want to meet him?
I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, but if someone's threatening to tear the fabric of existence, I'm assuming not a very nice fellow.
You know, it's.
But that's just me.
I'm sure, you know, every villain is the hero of their own story. I'm sure he has some grand plan that sounds like absolute, you know, logic and order in his own mind and rationalizations for doing it. But everything that I have seen thus far suggests that he is tapped into something very unstable, very old, very powerful, and he intends to do some not great things with it.
I'm sorry. Well, I'll acknowledge that. Did you say something about coordinating colors with the dragons?
I will pull out my necklace with the white gemstone that's more complete,
Oh, that's pretty.
larger.
I mean, size doesn't matter, but you know.
Well, what
Well,
size?
technically,
comes-
in this case, it kind of does, from what
Oh.
you told me.
Gotcha.
There are
So-
more stones than what you have, and the more of them you put together, the bigger they get.
I would.
And when they get bigger, you get power.
I would like to do
Frank's-
an insight check on Frank to see if he's being honest about not knowing what this does or ever having seen this before.
Joke's on you. I played in a different session 20 ahead of you. I know everything. Frank is actually Damodar.
Except
Go
for
ahead.
the fact that Frank didn't know what we knew about Damodar and literally admitted it.
That's right.
So 17, you're getting that Frank is, they're kind of somewhat lost. That maybe this is kind of falling on not deaf ears, but they are kind of digesting it, and it's a large to digest, right? They're
A
not
lot of
somewhere that
information
might.
coming in quickly. So
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
for sure. So
That's
they
fair.
are genuinely responding in a way that they are surprised that they did not know this was something that they could do or could happen, and also they are genuinely interested in the colors and what this all means in a kind of a scale. So.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
So,
But yes, each of us has a different color stone, which seemingly corresponds to a matching colored dragon.
huh? And you've talked to these dragons?
Some
Well,
of
mine's
us.
dead.
Oh,
That was a bit of a thing.
and yours is white, so it was a white dragon.
Correct.
Huh?
With rare exceptions, the dragons all seem to be under the sway of this Damodar person. Most seemingly against their will, although how much they care about that varies from one to the other.
That might make sense why I saw someone crying.
If history serves, silver dragons are typically not hostile to the lesser races. Would make sense if it were upset about. You said there was some kind of carnage, right?
Oh, it was bad. It was the worst thing I've probably ever seen. Next to the divorce papers, of course.
Well, it is a shapeshifter, you said. Are you sure you were not married to the dragon?
I'm positive. I saw Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, but elf, long hair, ponytail, crying near the rubble, and then transformed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what I saw.
Yes.
A lot of brutal looking lacerations on the dwarves.
So
Nice.
and
Sounds like a dragon.
here's
attack.
the fun part.
Oh, we're not done yet. Okay, good. Okay,
No,
good.
there's so much.
Good.
No.
Good. Okay, good.
We just threw a lot of information at you. You were tied up in a plan that seems to go across realities. You do not have to be a part of this. You, as long as you are willingly able to part with that ring, you can give it to any one of us, and we can take it forth to do what it is meant to do.
Consequently, just so that you know, no one can remove it from you without your consent, so long as you live. Or they can, but it will return.
My wife would
And
say differently. Frank's gonna kind of half-heartedly slap his thigh, but also kind of look a little sad.
Bummed himself out with his own bad
Yeah,
joke.
he's gonna bum himself out.
Oh, no, I feel so bad for Frank. Frank's so dumb.
Oh, that's great.
But you said someone was trying to tear apart reality. And that's a reality where my daughter lives. I won't let that happen.
You said your
What do I
daughter
have
was
to do?
headed to school in Melandar.
Already there?
Or did that?
Has your daughter ever talked about Lady Cinderella? Has she ever?
Michael, has she? I don't believe she did, but
No.
I mean, yeah.
Your
Eastmar
daughter
is generally
has
more of a free province. You know, we kind of are away from the Talthars and everything. So I'm kind of learning a lot of this with the rest of y'all here. And who is she?
That's. She's just a powerful Temerian wizard.
Oh,
So figured if
maybe she
anyone was going
could
to
be
stop by a
studying.
wizarding
Okay.
school,
yeah,
maybe Lady Cinderellina.
makes a lot of sense. I mean, I could write her first thing. It's possible, but could take some time to hear back.
So, it is a rather involved thing. We are. Whatever we do, it seems that to accomplish this task, first we must eliminate or destroy the dragons that are being controlled, and then face Damodar. Understand that we've communicated with things old and powerful and beings of immense magnitude who wish this person to be dealt with.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that this is a course of action that repeats itself through infinite timelines and various realities. We were enough to speak with someone who sees these timelines recently. And in every single one where we stop Damodar, we all die in the process, albeit willingly.
Kind of like a sacrifice.
Apparently.
Still iffy on that. Gonna try to find a way around that.
Yeah, that part seems rather unequitable.
I mean, I'll do anything to ensure my daughter's survival. So, sign me up.
Yeah, I'm not dying until I'm rich and famous.
I mean, you just made 400 gold in like 5
I mean, after what I
people.
heard last night, you're gonna have no problem.
Yes, I do apologize about that. That was a very mean trick to pull on you. That was part of the
Wait, you
gift
pulled a
that
trick
he-
on?
Finally, a
Part of-
server pops by. Oh, sorry. Apologies, Tiffany. Hi. I don't. I'm just trying to get to the whole tavern. We got the fight happening tomorrow. You all excited for the Coliseum? Should be a good time. Should be a good time. So I got eggs. I got bacon, some sausage this morning. Maybe a little bit of hash browns. Some fresh baked bread. How we all feeling this morning, huh? Tired? A little hungover? That's okay.
everything.
All of it. Yeah,
Need
why
some
not?
ale. All of it. I can get it all. No worries.
Perfect.
All right. That sounds great. Sounds great. I'll get all that going for you. Some ales for the table. Or you want water this morning?
Water.
Let's do some water. We have to figure out what we're doing for the day before we start daydreaming.
Oh, all right. All right. I feel you. Okay. Anyways, I'll be back with your food and drinks. Tiffany, just holler if you need anything. I'll be right back. All right.
Thanks,
Is that
Stephanie.
with an I or a Y?
An eye, but not where you think. Walks away.
You think she's single?
He broke up.
Yeah. I
broke up. So-
we
so-
broke Michael.
I'm lagging. I'm
Michael's
back.
frozen.
I'm back now. It's little micro lags. It said Tiffany with an eye, but not where you think.
What the fuck?
There you go.
Interesting.
At night she works at the Salty Brine.
Yep.
Oh,
That's an
God.
obvious. That's an obvious one.
So welcome to the divine fate of one wizard wanting to stop another wizard and having some extraplanar allies who also want wizard to stop wizarding.
Extra plane. All right. Yeah. I mean,
But to back to the Tardan's point, he's got magic flute fingers. So we have to be careful when he starts playing instruments.
Yes, if I start playing an instrument and you suddenly feel like you're my best friend, you're not,
Well, that's
and I
rude.
apologize.
I mean, I thought we had something special, but okay. All right. Good to know. It's all based on
mean,
lies.
Everyone
Deception.
thinks that I have something special with them. It's part of my charm. How else do you think I'm gonna be rich and famous?
Well, it's definitely not by skill.
He's gotten
Damn.
quite good at stealing things, honestly.
I
That's
have. Oh,
good.
speaking of, I would have attuned to that last night.
Sounds good. Go ahead and make a intelligence saving throw for me.
Oh God.
Just immediately dies. It's a hexed item.
Ooh.
So 17, as you're tuning to the item, you can feel the voice of Nereus. You suck. You suck.
It's like he never left.
And you put it on.
You're
Yeah,
doing
mouth
that
on
wrong.
that thing.
It's on the wrong
Criminal.
hand.
Yeah,
It's on the
it's on the
wrong-
wrong
It's on the
finger.
wrong
hand.
finger.
You idiot.
It's Leviosa.
Continue, sorry.
I mean, shoot, what do we do? I
Speaking
still
of you
need to.
stealing things. What now that Nereus has left us?
I mean,
Show of hands. Who all can see in the dark?
uh-oh.
I mean, that's kind of none of your business, Athos.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I can see in the dark. That's fine.
Oh, so the new guy
Uh,
can't see in the dark.
I
Well,
cannot.
new guy. I have. If you can pick a number between 1 and actually, never mind. I don't want to do this with you. I'm just gonna pull out the goggles of night and pass them. To
Why do I need goggles? Are we going to a desert?
These will allow you to see in the dark up to 60 feet.
Oh. Like
I
those
stole
fancy
those.
elves. Oh, you stole these.
So don't get caught with them.
Who would be
Just don't let
looking?
the golden hand see them. That's all.
The golden. Who?
No, but don't worry about it. Just don't wear them in the city,
Okay,
and you'll be
tuck,
okay.
I'll tuck them away.
When things get serious around us, it has a habit of being
Jake's
dark.
already be
It's-
handed
it's-
fucking contraband. he's like, all right.
Frank's been hit with multiple realities. He's on
Yeah,
some
he's-
quest. He's got
He's
these
gonna comprehend
goggles, got
everything and then, like, here's some
contraband.
goggles. It's like, all right, cool. Here's a fucking goggles.
So-
So, what about
and-
the drink?
So as you're having a conversation, there are numerous individuals that kind of pour in together. I mean, the tavern door has been swinging open, but this catches your all eye that there's
Got the beard.
specific individuals that walk in. They have colorations of black and green. They're wearing light to kind of medium, even heavy armor, particularly on the dwarf that walks in with this great gray beard that's been braided down about 12 to 16 times in these braids. Now, none of you actually have a lot of experience with particularly dwarfs in this continent, except for Frank. Frank understands that
Fuck
the
yeah.
amount of braids that a dwarf actually puts into their beard as a warrior suggests of how many victories of battle they have actually
They're
seen.
Dothraki.
Right. So this dwarf is kind of showcasing in a way that they have been through a lot of battles, and so they're kind of have that within their gray beard. In addition, gray, right? So they're older and weathered and such. They have a beautiful piece of chainmail that seems to have seen a lot of weathering and other things. In addition, they have in their inventory great axe, so they're kind of having that on their back, and they're kind of take it off because it's too large, and so they set it down next to them, which is polished and kind of neatly refined and lets it lay. Some of them are larger. They have maces. The other ones have kind of scimitars or rapiers. They're definitely standing out because their colorations are very similar to each other. And in addition, they're sitting all at the same table, and they're being very loud and robust. Tiffany then comes by, begins to set down the food and drink. All right, here we go for the table. Some fresh rolls here. All right, you're gonna love this, and just begins to kind of pass things out and certain things, and then you hear the voice of the actual particular dwarf begin to kind of ring outwards. Oh, lass over here. Kind of grumbles and yells outwards and basically calls them over to the table. Oh, all right. Anything else for you? Are we good here?
Do you know who that is, Tiffany?
I honestly, what are you waiting for right now? Begins to yell outwards.
Pardon, she was just answering a question. She'll be right over.
You shut your right old mouth, you will.
Don't.
Oh, this is gonna be
not-
good, guys.
Storf looks
All
over and
right,
turns to
gentlemen.
head.
I don't. Think
Let's
we
all
need
just
to-
simmer down
Yeah.
right now.
Thank you, Tiffany. Yes, we.
Yeah, so let's just all be quiet.
Let's all be
quiet.
cool.
You know, they're the Denkosh. Just kind of whispers that and begins to walk over and begins to assist them. You see the dwarf just eyeing you, just staring you directly, and then begins to look over. And Tiffany is walking over, begins to order certain things. And they place their order, and Tiffany walks back to the kitchen.
Well, just so has it, the #1 suspects for the destruction of the Freewater Company walked into the bar. Good figure.
Wait.
Far Water Company.
Yeah,
Not
Captain
free
Keith.
water.
Everything that's on fire.
Sem-
I wasn't on the
semantics.
boat.
Semantics.
Semantics.
Wow.
Hey, for once, Tartan got to be the know-it-all
Yeah.
against Athos. So, like, that was a moment that I had
That was
to
a
seize.
moment.
Yeah,
Alright,
you
it was a
absolutely
character- it was a
capitalized too.
character moment.
Far water! Far water!
Just
Yelling
yell it
across-
out loud.
Wow. RP check much?
Tartan would have taken that opportunity. Let's be for real here.
No, that's fair.
Damn.
They also
Okay, I'm
seem
sorry.
rather unpleasant. Tempted to kill them, but we should probably
Wait.
try and get information.
Did you say kill?
We're killing
You want me
who?
to go make friends with them?
I mean, he was rather.
That's,
Sometimes.
that's how you equate killing
I-
people as making friends.
I heard Athos say kill. Are we getting in a fight right now? Because I would really appreciate that.
Oh boy.
Wait,
Yeah,
before
that
we
just
do
shoots something.
any fighting, I did talk about getting Ares a new bow.
A bow.
Should we go shopping?
Hmm.
Can we take the day to just be people and civilians and just be normal and just go shopping and just relax and have
Wait.
fun and not worry about Damodar dragons or the world or fabric of
I
time?
mean, I'm gonna be
or-
honest with you, Tardan. If I'm given the choice to go shopping or fight, I am 100% fighting.
So do you
Doesn't
want me to
matter
pick
who.
a fight with them? I'm
I'm
really
kind
good
of
at
on-
that too.
Bored with
I don't
that,
think you can pick a fight with
strangely?
them, Tardan. To be honest with you.
I mean,
That
it wouldn't
sounded
be
like
hard.
a challenge. Was
That's
that
a challenge. That's a challenge, Tardan.
I mean, I'm just speaking the truth here. I don't think you could pick a fight with them.
I mean, that's clearly a joke because they seem very irritable.
Hmm.
Should I get a joke for them?
I mean,
That's
look, to
always
be-
lightens
to be
the mood.
quite-
Said Franco.
to be quite honest with you, I'm not sure that either you or Tardan could do anything to them that would make them want to fight us. I'm just saying.
Got some great jokes in here. I mean,
You're
Yeah.
being goaded.
And
I'm
I'm also-
going shopping. Okay, whatever
I'm-
you guys want to do, you can do. I'm going shopping.
oh, he's
I'm
leaving.
also gonna say, Frank, that if you can get them to laugh,
Pick me
I
up
think
some
we might have some
poison.
money for you.
Oh, a challenge to make them laugh. All right, Frank's gonna pull out his leather-bound book.
Oh God.
No, don't ignore my screen
Yes!
getting wider. Ignore it.
Tartan, you're on your way out.
I am leaving. I
Yeah,
am
Tartan's
not being
leaving.
goaded by Ares. I am leaving.
Yeah.
Oh wait, there's horses. Horses are cute. I'm gonna go pet the horses.
Roll an animal handling check.
All right,
Oh,
I'm ready.
He's kicked in the
Oh
face.
my god.
I'm ready. You guys actually? Oh,
Horse likes it.
I have a joke ready. If you guys want me to really go break the ice, I'll take the
Athos is
seat.
going to
I want to follow Tardan out the door.
go through Lou and cast
So,
invisibility on himself.
You're gonna use a cast invisibility. Okay. Whoa! What is happening? There's so many. Oh my god! There's like 13 of them on you. Oh wait, I have to remove them. Hold on.
I am so invisible right now.
Oh my gosh. Okay, let me
Invisible man.
put it on concentration. Okay. 1 second. There we go. All right, you're good.
And then just gonna wander back out. Stealthily opening and closing the door so that nobody notices.
Okay.
He's just gonna come have a seat, like right there, without moving the chair. Just sort of chill, and he's gonna eavesdrop on the miners.
Roll perception.
Those who mine, not underage people.
Thanks for specifying that. I think we all really needed you to clarify that one.
Only in this.
Only with this script, we gotta
Yeah,
clarify.
very clear. Yeah, I appreciate it.
17, even real 7. Oh my gosh,
Wait, was that
absolute
on a
crush.
7?
Crush the rolls perception. So Athos, as you go invisible after going to the loo, to the bathroom, right? You come back, kind of stand, kind of look. The chair's almost like kind of cocked out, so you just sit down into it and just listen to the conversation of these two kind of town folk really bittering over some weird trivial thing. Your perception is on the tables directly to your left, noting that the dwarf was the only one to speak to the server and actually ordered for everyone at the two tables, right? So the dwarf seems to be the one kind of in charge. Listening to the conversation, oh, listen, we go ourselves to pick up Crystal. Begins to name a street in specific of the actual city here. And upon naming that, I'm not going to get to the details of that, it's redundant. It begins to name the street and suggests that they're actually going to be picking up crystal, a shipment of it, from a runner. And that could mean a number of things to you, right? That could be anything. In addition to picking up that shipment of crystal from a runner, they're also getting a load, particularly of coin, from a few that are stationed within the city.
So he indicated a location. And he gave a time?
He indicated a location, but he did not indicate a time. From the inference of your passive insight, it suggests maybe after they finish their meals and their breakfast, they're going to go to that location and then beat that runner.
Yes, I think I got what I want. I will wander back to the table. Just gonna hang out next to Frank.
Okay.
See what everyone's talking about.
Furiously flipping through the book for jokes.
Oh, that's right. He was gonna go tell them a joke. So Athos is gonna lean in over his shoulder and be like, "So I found out they have a pickup."
Wait, what?
Sorry, it's me. I'm here. You can't see me. I was having a bit of a peep on their conversation. It seems they are up to some illicit business, and they are off after they leave here to go pick up what I assume is a bit of a controlled substance from a runner and grab some coin. And I know where they're going.
Should I not tell the joke then?
I mean, I would like to see what they're up to. We probably shouldn't delay them. Dougal, you were interested in this Farwater debacle. Would you be curious to see what they were up to?
Absolutely.
I think if we leave ahead of them and find a good place to post up, we could potentially keep an eye out and see what goes down.
Alrighty.
Are we familiar enough with our way around town in order to stalk them effectively?
Don't think so, but
Well, I mean, I assume we could probably ask someone what that street is. I have a street name, which I will give you right now. And as I have done that, you should maybe go ask Tiffany what that is. She seems knowledgeable.
with an eye.
Yes.
But not where you expect.
I'm going to go make myself visible again somewhere more private. I'll be back.
I'm gonna go find Tiffany with the unexpected eye and ask her if she knows where Pruder Lane is.
Okay. So you pick yourself up and then you kind of waltz over towards the bar. Tiffany is filling a different kind of tray full of ales. Looks towards you. Oh, how's it going? How can I help you?
Great. I'm looking for direction.
Oh, directions. Yeah, I can help you. I've lived in the city for a long time.
The name of the street is Pruder.
Oh, okay. Well, you're going to be looking for about 2 blocks to the west, 1 south. It's kind of in the lower docks. You're going to have to cross the bridge. And then you're going to be about maybe like 3 blocks west of the shipwright. And it's going to put you over there. Shouldn't be too far. You're going to be able to find your way. It's going to be okay. You know, I'm really interested. Does this fur just come naturally to you? Do you always look this furry?
Yes and yes.
Wow. Well, let me give you my number because I'm really interested. I like the whole
What number?
thing you got going on here. It's actually my street address, just so you know. But I'm really liking what you have going on. In fact, well, if you want to hit a little bit earlier, you can meet me at Salty Brian's where I work at night anyway.
yes. Let's go.
Let's go, Tiffany.
What a surprise that is.
I know it's a little bit surprising. Work at night, work in the day. I'm so tired all the time, but you know it's worth it. Trying to get all that coin I need. I want to really study Society of Falthor is where I'm headed. Bealder's next.
Oh wow.
I don't
Well, I'm glad that you have aspirations.
I don't know how to respond to this.
All right. Well, I mean, do you want it or not?
I will take it.
Right. Thanks.
Yes, you will.
Ink pen begins to write it out. Unfurls it. Here you go. Again, Salty Brian tonight. But if you're looking a little bit, between here and perhaps like 4 in the morning, I'll be at my house.
Thank you, Tiffany, for the directions.
You're welcome. You have a good, nice day.
Yes,
Bye.
you too. Tardan, here's her home address, and we're gonna go. I think we should head towards Pruder Lane. I'll point it out on the map.
Tartan is
That's
outside.
Michael.
It turns out
Oh,
he abandoned us for horses.
Yeah, Tarn was like, I'm going to go to a horse and pet it.
oh, that's Frank token.
I
have to
got
get used
very
to that.
distracted by the horses. I was gonna go shopping.
Frank.
But, horses, animals. There's also
The other
a
golden
chicken over here. that-
Where's
Okay.
Athos?
At the
Gone,
table.
vanished, invisible.
Athos is literally
Um,
right there.
I see Athos right
I
here.
thought he.
No,
I thought he.
I went in the bathroom and
Yeah.
revisited.
So Athos went invisible. They came back. Tartan has left petting a horse, and Tartan looks like they're
Oh,
going
I
to be
see.
maybe branching out, but they're kind of hanging around. So you all may be taking the opportunity here. If you're really going to try to do this, you got to go now. So if you're going to try to get
Yeah.
ahead and find a good spot, you got to go now. So you kind of direct. It seems to be a pretty easy location to get to in the lower dock. It's going to take maybe roughly 17 minutes of travel time here on a full kind of half run, but you're going to be able to get there before they are able to get there. And so it sounds like everyone's on board.
Dude, Frank's just mind
Frank,
is
would you like to
blown
go on
right now. He's
stakeout?
he's just kind of tagging along.
I'm along for the ride. Okay.
Frank is still trying to process some shit, so he's just kind of like, oh yeah, sure, yeah, whatever, yeah, okay, I'm down.
Poor Frank.
Or
No, fuck Frank.
okay. So
Blew his marriage.
So for those in particularly just this is directed to you, Tartan. Tartan, they're gonna leave the tavern while you're petting the horse. Then, so they're actually gonna be heading out the door as you're petting the animals
Yep.
out here.
Yeah, I suppose we would probably tell you where we're going.
Yeah.
Oh, I would come with.
Hey,
got
Golden God,
distracted
we're
by
leaving.
horses.
Okay.
Hey, all right. I guess I'll come with you guys. Where are we going?
We're going on a stakeout.
I don't know. I'm going
Oh, I have
somewhere.
to be quiet.
You can talk to
Go
me if
Pits.
you want. Yeah, that's what I
mean-
thought.
The horses were probably better company, but
You don't want to hear about these great farming exploits I did 2 years ago? Man, you're missing out.
The latest in turnip technology.
Imagine Stardew Valley, but on crack.
I don't know that anything you could tell me would actually entertain me.
Well, I'm
It's got
offended, but
quite
I
a lot of
understand.
Jokes.
Yeah, have you heard his jokes? I tell better jokes.
That's a good point.
Frank gets increasingly more angry after you say that.
So
Tartan's just trying to push your buttons.
what we're gonna do here is kind of, I'm gonna set the stage just a little bit here. Give me 1 second. And then I'm gonna put you onto the street in particular, coming from east to west direction of what you're observing. Okay? So we're all going along here. We're passing into the lower dock. Again, it's very active. The city is hustle bustle all the time, especially in the city center, which is where all these districts are. So you begin to head in the direction of where the street is. And I'm gonna go ahead and activate the scene. So it brings you onto the street of Lathan, right? And you are observing people passing by, people on their horses, right, riding. They're doing all of their business and their other things. You note that this in particular is the street and the block, and the house numbers and the designation of some of these buildings are pretty much putting you spot on that where this meeting is supposed to take place is relative to here. Okay, it's not, it's a general thing, but it's on this street, per tick on this map. And you know that. You know that you have an idea, seeing the sign numbers and the other things registered from the street lamps, that you're in the right place, and they're going to come by here and most likely stop somewhere along this street. And it puts it in that there is a particular individual that keeps putting their head out and looking through the crowd, through the walkways and the road. They keep putting their head out and they're looking, kind of darting back and forth and whatnot. Look very shady, but they're not particularly stealthing, and they don't seem to be very much... You know, there's no authority real figure here that's going to, you know, so they're just kind of looking and they're going back and forth, looking down the street, and they're clearly waiting for someone. You have the opportunity at this point to put yourselves in how you would like to. The roofscapes are accessible as well. There's back alleys on the back side of this map that are able to interlink. Some of the buildings are 3 stories, even 4-story tall here in the lower dock. There's many different townhouses and other apartment buildings. So they're going to be a little bit tedious to scale, but it's still opportunity abound to get yourself into an alleyway, maybe behind a barrel, or climb them if you feel very daring for that, to set yourselves up to observe what's going to happen here.
Well, now that we're here, I'm curious. Should we wait for them to get here, or should I simply go accost that gentleman and take whatever it is that he has that they were coming to get? Maybe more information.
Whatever floats your boat.
Well, if they get here and all we see is that he hands them something, what have we learned? If
I
we
could
take
just
this
pretend to be them and take it from him willingly, and then we don't even
What's
have to
the-
accost him.
What's the
thing,
roof
I
height?
want to kill him or anything.
The roof height is completely varies. You're looking at an average roughly of 25 feet. So the average is about 25 feet. Some of the taller buildings are going to reach upwards of 40 feet tall. So some of them get pretty high.
If there's one thing I'm good at, Athos, and you may not have seen it yet, it's impersonating somebody. I have quite a knack for mimicking voices.
That is an interesting and unique talent. Okay, well, yes, of course, we could pretend to be Den Kosh. I will accompany you as your henchman, just in case.
I will cast Disguise Self on myself
Okay.
to kind of make myself shorter, look more like the gnome, essentially. And then I will practice the dwarf, gnome, whatever, short person.
I want to make sure I didn't miss somebody.
And then I'm going to mimic his voice a little bit, practice it on Athos, just, using my actor feet a little bit there before we head over.
A little more
Okay.
from the chest.
Yes, more deeper, yes. Angry man, Hulk
So just-
smash.
Close enough.
So-
Remember, we're here to pick up the crystal.
Chris. God.
So out of character, you're trying to disguise yourself as the dwarf?
Yeah, the one that was yelling.
Okay. Good luck with the accent. I'm going to put you to it.
Oh,
Hey, I have the actor feet. I get to do this for free, okay?
You might be able to do it for free as a character, but you as a person's got to put it. I'm
But
just
can.
kidding. You're fine. You're fine, Juice. You don't need to do an accent. Okay. So you disguise yourself as the dwarf here in Athos. You're accompanying, right, as the hench, and so you begin
Yeah,
to
just the
kind of walk.
cloak-coated person that doesn't talk.
Okay. What is everyone else doing?
Frank's just kind of window shopping, just kind of looking around.
Looking in the windows, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
He's just kind of seeing the sights.
Okay. Sir Dougal?
The guy that's looking around is this one in the alley, right?
Correct.
So I want to position myself kind of across the street,
Very Resident Evil trader style.
looking in like maybe looking in some window shopping on the south side of the street.
Okay.
Every so often, glancing north.
Okay. Every time, just kind of you're doing a quick perception, but not you're trying to blend in, right?
Correct. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay.
Just want to make sure he's still there.
Okay. Aries?
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Okay.
So I guess I'll keep my distance back a little bit from the group and make sure we're not being tailed or followed to the best of my ability.
Okay, so you're kind of a sentry, right? You're a sentry looking at down the road where you think that these individuals are going to come. Okay, cool. We'll keep you kind of on the map where you're at, and we can even say you're off map at that point. Just kind of looking down and keeping your space.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, and make sure that they didn't also follow us out of the tavern. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Okay,
have
well-
a spy on us type thing.
Roll perception.
It's my best one, guys. Don't worry.
Natural
Oh, there
20.
we go.
All right.
Okay, so as you are looking and you're trying to keep track of anybody's following, nobody is particularly following you from the two tables. What becomes apparent is when you finally set up in your sentry post and you begin to look at this stage in designation of what might be here, you can actually observe two figures positioned on one of the rooftops, poking their heads out and looking at the
Tiffany.
alley. These figures, even though you have the natural 20, you're extremely far away. You really can't tell a whole lot of detail of what they are, who they are. You just know that they are positioned up there. You can see them kind of moving, and then they're very, very much stealthing. So they are very hidden. So you only see them like one little time, right?
Look like they're just there as lookouts, guards for
I-
the meeting that we know is going on, or
I can't tell you any more than that. I mean, you rolled the natural
Okay.
20 perception, which is great, so you're able to see them, but you cannot get any more details about who or what they are at the distance that you are.
okay.
All right, Athos, shall we?
Yes, it's
Get out of my way! I'm gonna yell at the horse people in front of me, getting in character.
Ugh. Oh, why are you on the street? There's a sidewalk right there.
Had to get in character, you know? Yelling at people. Seems to be what that dude does.
As you approach, human, very young, 17 years of age, kind of wiry, brown, black hair flowing down to one side, clean shaven the other. Has some tattoos on the face, very kind of wrinkly like hands. Black cloak goes over top with a cowl on the head, and then flows through with very common or peasantry clothing underneath.
You must be the one with the crystal. Please give it to my servant here.
Looks. When rocks fly,
I had a lot to drink last night. I'm not going to give you the fucking passcode. Give me the crystal.
clutches inside of the cloak and pulls it too. It's required.
I don't care. I had
Oh,
a lot to
intimidation.
drink last night. Intimidation.
Sounds good, Ares. 23.
Nice.
I could die if you're not. Looks left and looks right. Please, just say it.
Do I look like a fake?
I don't know who you are.
Do you want me to just kill him? We could just kill him, I think.
No, don't kill me, please. Please.
We
Fine.
could, but if we're going to kill him, do it back in the alleyway.
That's true.
All right, okay. Also have a kind of a bag, like a leather pouch, and just kind of grabs it, burlap almost, like over the leather pouch, and then tie it off, and they kind of look towards you. They hand it off to you. Here it is. Okay, that's
I will
it.
tell them you did a great job. Next time, be a little bit stealthier so you don't get killed. Go, shoo.
Runs off back down the alley.
I will pass the pouch to Athos.
Okay.
I will examine the pouch.
Okay. Inside appears to be a pound of some sort of processed and refined like deposit of like a crystalline geode. It has a golden like kind of dust to it in a way, and it kind of flows through your hands. And upon looking at it, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Excellent.
Natural one. Okay. So, as you are kind of breathing it in and looking at it, just by having the bag open and looking, it's enough that the vapors begin to kind of leak outwards in a general sense of space, right? Tardan, fortunately, you're in a space. You're not like occupying the same space. And so you're brought into a sense that you're okay. You don't need to make a save. But for you, right, Athos, you become extremely high. Your vision becomes to be warping in and out. It's almost like you were you smoked straight opium, like straight up, and like it's coursing through your veins. You're palpitating a little bit. You're sweating. You're completely lost in absolute thought. The fortunate thing is that it's just the vapor that you seem to intake. So it's not having a complete and out, like, just absolute disgusting effect to you. But you're definitely impacted by it in a sense of your wisdom and intelligence, right? Your certain personas. And that's completely up to you to be enthralled by. I'm not going to dictate how you're going to react to this, but I am going to put an effect on your token.
He's breezing. I do not. I don't think this is what I thought it was.
Are you okay? Give me the bag.
Don't breathe it. Don't eat it. Don't touch it. That's.
I will
It does
take
feel
the
nice,
bag
though.
out of his hand, kind of forcefully, seeing that Athos has lost his composure for once. And I'm just going to tie it up. And I am going to drop Disguise Self on myself now that we are here. And
Oh
kind of
shit! Tardan, where the fuck did you come from?
Athos, just take my hand. We're going to go on a walk.
Fine.
We're going on a walk.
Where are we?
We're,
What are we
don't shush. Lower your volume. Are you hungry?
I'm whispering. What are you talking about? Food? Yes, some food will be good. Didn't we
Yes,
just
let's
eat
go get.
some-
Let's.
Fuck.
Why
Why
that's
am I
fine.
so hungry?
We'll go get you some food. Dougal, we need to go.
I need you to
I
tell
don't-
me what happened quickly because I'm gonna resume his post.
He got high. I'm assuming
Okay.
he got high. It sounds like
Pretty
he got
rocks.
high. I remember this from college. There was quite a few people. However, not this quickly or to this level.
Yeah, but
Rocks
what
are
was
very pretty.
what was the interaction like?
The kid was scared. I think he's just a runner, just a middleman.
Okay.
He doesn't know much. He didn't even know who he was meeting. The skies seem to have not been useful. So yes. And then Athos opened the bag, and now Athos has the munchies.
Athos is far too high to tell you to tell Toogle that there was a fucking password.
Oh yeah, there was a password, but we didn't know the password, so I may have told the kid we were going to kill him if he didn't give us stuff.
Oh my god. All right, so give me a bag full of dog shit or something, and I'm gonna go stand where he was, and we can at least get the password, right?
I will take one of the bags that I got coin from yesterday, empty the coin into another bag, and then I'm gonna grab the hay here and kind of like shred it. I guess this is hay behind me. So that way it's like a finer material into the bag and then hand that to Dougal.
Okay.
I will
I'll meet
also
you back at
pass-
the. I'll meet you back at the Weasel.
Okay. Question for you, Michael.
Yeah.
Before I hand that bag to him, was I able to see in the bag when Athos opened it at all?
If that was the case, I'd make you roll a Constitution saving throw as well.
Okay. Then no, that would not be the case.
I'm assuming that you kind of
I
handed
mean-
it over, and the Athos just like quickly was like, "Oh, I'm gonna look at this thing," and then all of a sudden, bam,
Yeah.
and then closed it, and being like, "Oh, whoa, that's not good," and then all of a sudden, absolutely.
Athos has been babbling about pretty shiny rocks, so you can probably kind of put some inference together from that.
Yeah.
Although he's been babbling about a lot of shit, so I don't know how much you would have gathered from it.
Okay. Yeah, not enough to do what I wanted to do then. All right. I'm going to lead Athos the long way, so I'm going to go west and kind of head back towards... I'm just going to kind of take him off the street to where he can't be heard, so like... Oh, actually, there's an alleyway here. I'm going to go to this alleyway.
Okay. So you can go ahead and pull them along. Okay. No worries there. So, Sir Dougal, you're kind of assuming the place is the runner. It looks like, Tardan, you're taking Athos, who is incredibly high, taking them into the alleyway. So, Athos, you're able to go along. It's not that you're just completely disorientated or anything of that nature, but so you're able to follow your friend. No worries there. And then we can now come to kind of some time, right? You're all kind of hanging out for a little bit here. Frank, you're just continuing to look around
just
and
chilling, baby.
chilling and waiting. What the hell is happening? And as you are kind of waiting, Ares, you're being the sentry. You then see the individuals upon their wagon. They're beginning to round around the corner and head down this street in destination. So, Ares, are you doing anything to warn or signal or anything? Or are you just kind of hanging out at your current spot?
Did I see all the activity going on in front of me with my group?
So you could see that there was something going on, that they had disguised, and then they walked up together, and there was a conversation with someone in the alleyway. It's not an incredibly populated street. We're not in the merchant's quarter here. We're in the lower dock, and a lot of people are working. So you could see that they had gone up to someone and had a conversation and done something, but beyond that, you don't know.
Well, could I see Tardan and Athos go into the alleyway and Dougal kind of take the spot of the handoff man, if you will?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's definitely something you could perceive with your passive perception, or even actively, since you're kind of doing that right now.
Okay, and then the guys on the roof, any reaction from them?
You cannot see them anymore. You've continued to look in their direction. You don't see them.
Does this roof there seem like it would give me any type of or any roof around here, if I were to get up on it, give me any type of advantage to see what's going on?
If you were going to get on a rooftop to kind of see what's going on, it depends on what you're trying to perceive. So if you're really trying to focus on the central part of this map down the alleyway, any of the southern buildings are going to help you do that. Some of them larger than most. The one that is closest, which is this one, that one is roughly about 40 feet in its height.
I'm more trying to give myself a advantageous position in case something does where I can see things, and if something does happen where I have kind of an advantage to shoot down on people. I just have a bad feeling about this.
Okay, so if that's the case, then it would most likely be this building that I'd ping that you would want to get onto.
Okay, and
Is
is that
that-
an alleyway here?
That is an alleyway, yeah. So you can dive into the alleyway, maybe get around the back of the building and begin your scale.
Yeah, I would like to do that, please.
Okay. Go ahead and just move your token onto the roof for me, please.
Oh, just onto the roof. Okay.
Yeah,
Like right there is
Yeah.
is good.
for sure. Yeah, that's
I
totally
also
fine.
don't want to be obvious to people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I need you to make a stealth check, and then I'll have you make an athletics check afterwards. Okay, so stealth 16. And with a 10, athletics. So it's difficult to climb up, but there's many different handholds and foot. The sandstone brick is quite thick. There's some balcony scape within these buildings. They're also occupied by a great number of people that aren't currently here. Remember, I kind of mentioned townhomes, apartment-like style. So you're kind of moving and maybe coming by the windows, looking in, no one's there, and you continue to come to the backside of the building, which forms another alleyway with another building. It's very tight-knit in the community here with some of these buildings. So your stealth of 16 is holding true. There's not many people besides those kind of shoveling buckets of shit and other sorts of garbage into the alleyways, and some workers that are coming through shoveling that into carts and picking it up and doing normal kind of city folk type level things. You're able to get onto the rooftop, and you're now at approximately 40 feet above the street level.
Okay, I'm gonna position myself there for Overwatch, and ready myself to, I guess, attack or defend the party if necessary.
Okay. Sounds good.
And that's it for me.
Okay. So, as we wait some time here, eventually that wagon is going to come through. I'm not going to move the tokens specifically. I'm just going to describe, and then I'm going to have the tokens be where they're supposed to be. So, what happens is the wagon is pulled by two different draft horses. There's one enforcer-like folk on a black war horse of some kind of leading the wagon with the horses. And then the kind of other folk with these lighter weapons, they begin to pan off of the wagon, which one is riding, kind of forming them into a little bit of kind of a, let's say, I'll let the tokens just speak for themselves here. So I'm gonna reveal the tokens, and then let me put the tile down, which is the wagon. And so the enforcer-like folk, they hop off of the wagon as well, but they are more backed by the dwarf, and the dwarf immediately gets off of the wagon and looks at you, Sir Dougal, and just stares at you after getting off, holding the great axe on the side of the shoulder, the enforcers with maces and shields standing tall over them, looking.
I'll pull out the bag. What's the password?
It's not how this works, mate. You're supposed to say the phrase and I'll return. Nobody teach you
Password.
nothing around here, eh?
No,
It's a
this is my
shame.
first time. Sorry.
It's a
I was
right
told
shame.
to ask. I was told to ask you for the password.
Go down the alleyway, mate. Clear this up right away. Begins to push you down the alleyway.
I'm gonna. I'm gonna throw the bag. I'm gonna throw the bag out into the street as a distraction, and then bonus action wild shape into a spider, giant spider.
Okay. So you take the bag and you go to throw. And at that point, I need everyone to roll initiatives.
Oh no.
I have advantage on that for being high, right?
Does Michael, does mine automatically do advantage, or I have to do it twice?
I think it should automatically do it. I think that it's coded
it?
enough to do it.
Perfect.
Yep,
it
it
is.
did.
Yep. It did. Perfect.
Yeah, I think I had it coded enough that it would do it.
Rolled a 2. That's on brand.
Especially for being high. You don't even know
Oh,
what the
this
fuck's going on.
shit hitting
Yeah.
hard, baby. Is that good?
The big issue is the dude that's about to get into a fight is the one that's at the bottom of initiative.
Yeah, it's not ideal.
Sorry, there's only 4 of them.
We're gonna
Yeah,
need to
like-
work on your accounting skills.
You
There's
know,
7 of them.
Frank may not be the brightest in the group, but
There's actually 8 of them.
Can I
Rabbits have
see
less
those
fingers
two?
than toes.
All right, as we begin combat, as you go to take the bag, they now move to grab their weapons and pull them out, courtesy of initiative being rolled. The first enforcer-like folk on the back of a warhorse begins to pull in the direction, seeing and turning, looks and continues their perceptions. They then pull on the side of the saddle, pulling out a light crossbow, putting in a bolt, staring off at the distance, and just kind of keeping an eye with their bolt, looking at anybody in the crowd of people moving to that are going to be making a move. End's turn. Ares, you're up next.
Hold and attack. Until I see somebody make an attack or a action, looks like it's gonna hurt Sir Dougal or anywhere else in the party.
Okay, so you're going to fire a bow at the one person that, or someone that attacks Sir Dougal.
Correct.
Okay. So everyone is now going to end their own turns, courtesy of my new rule. So you can go ahead and end your own when you are done. Frank, you're up.
augers. Is everyone drawing weapons, or is it just this guy right here?
You only could see the one on the horse pull it across with the side saddle, pulling up, putting a bolt in. Now kind of looks into the crowd of people, kind of aiming the bolt.
All right, say less. So we're gonna bonus action, enter a rage. I don't know if it's already on, to be honest. So is
Okay.
that on? Yeah, it's on. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, so,
Reckless attack.
so you rage, you come out of the crowd with the great axe, pulling it out, raging as
Yep.
you begin to kind of walk up. The enforcer here is going to fire a bolt at you as you walk through the
Yeah,
crowd,
sure.
grabbing your weapon.
Why not?
Okay, firing it off. It's a 15 with the advantage from your reckless here. Is going to be a miss. Doesn't normally get the advantage right off the bat. Still a miss anyways. As it kind of fires it off, you grab the great axe, kind of hitting the bolt in midair, and you begin to walk
What a
up.
nerd.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna just swing.
Getting the advantage on the reckless. That is going to be a 12. As you begin to swing, raging the axe pulls the horse back as it whines and pulls, looks towards you.
We're gonna swing again.
Okay, going for a second strike.
Hell
10.
yeah.
Does the same thing, pulling the horse back while trained to ride, and also strikes into the barding of the warhorse.
Sweet, that's gonna be my turn. It's gonna be
Okay.
it.
Go ahead and end your turn on your own.
Somewhere in
Now-
another universe, Maldor
now-
feels your pain.
Come to the dwarf. The dwarf looks at you, Sir Dougal, as you're in the process of throwing the bag, then takes the boot and goes in to kick you prone. Need you to make an opposing athletics or acrobatics. "20 does not beat a 22. You are knocked prone. Upon kicking you prone, grabs the great axe out. "You're all right. Learn your lesson, boy." And then takes the axe. And then before coming down for a swing, rages, yelling outwards, and then comes downwards, striking. 20 strikes into you, dealing 16 points of slashing damage. As it comes into your leg, pulls it back right. "Now leave those drugs right where they are, and you won't die." Ends their turn. At the end of their turn, an attack has been made. Ares, please make a bow strike at advantage as an unseen attacker on the dwarf.
Yep, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm trying to remember. There it is.
It's been a while. It's fine.
Well, and I got used to the other interface.
Yeah, I know. Just hold
oh
that
my
alt.
God. Hold
Let me
on.
look at your
Target
character.
somebody.
Yeah, let me
gotta
look at your
target somebody.
character. Yeah, target somebody.
Um,
We did that
which one am I
before,
targeting?
even on the other thing.
the dwarf.
right
Yeah, that's the
there.
one raging.
Flashing red.
Why is it not? Oh, it's green arrows around the outside now. Okay.
Yeah.
Got
Smaller.
it.
Yeah. So hold down Alt, because you have the advantage from being unseen.
Yep. Alt, not control. Alt. There we go. Why is that not working? There we go.
All right.
Ooh.
Set an arrow 11.
Yep, that's a good one. Let's go.
Hey, Sean,
Aim
that
through the
dude,
crowd,
though.
thunks into the
Hold on.
side. You see the dwarf as you fire the arrow, and it thunks into the side. You see the dwarf turn around, look towards you on the rooftop. Your next attack is not unseen. Technically, with the held, because you kind of only get one, but you get 2 technical arrows because you have the held action. So I'm going to give it to you. That's the way I rule. So you have another arrow to fire off at the dwarf.
Real quick, before I do that, am I able to redirect that arrow at the guy on the horse with my ability to I forget what it's called now, but
Yeah,
redirect arrows?
curving shot, 60 feet of the original target. So you can do it within someone around there.
Right, so I'm gonna redirect that first arrow at that guy right there. And
The one on
I
the
can't remember
horse?
if yeah, that was
Okay.
going after Frank.
Yeah, so I need you to just make a just make an attack roll, so you can roll a d20 flat, or you can do another longbow strike and just keep track of your arrows.
All right, I have 56 arrows, so I'll put one back in.
Okay. 10. Wow, we're really rolling.
rolling.
This is like the
We're
first
all
time we've had
rocking.
horrible
Dang,
rolls.
man.
10. So you
Bad.
curve the shot. You continue.
right.
The dwarf kind of looks at the arrow as you curve, and it just misses into the crowd, kind of aimed a little too high. And the dwarf looks at the great axe and points towards you. And just
All
lowers
right, I'm
it
gonna
down.
shoot. I guess I'm gonna use my last one to shoot the dwarf again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mother.
So
All
that
right,
is not going to hit either. So I do want to state that the curving shot is a bonus action. Technically,
Yep.
you took your reaction
Yep.
to a held. I'm allowing you to do this because I'm taking you kind of, you're holding your turn in a way. So I make sure that you have an opportunity to really do some things. But we're definitely outside the bounds of.
Oh no, 100%.
Five
I was not even gonna. I
So-
was not gonna ask to curve it again. I'm done.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that
I'm-
ends my turn.
I'm helping you out because you took a really good spot there. So
Yeah,
ending your turn,
I'm
let
not
me know.
fucking helping myself out though.
Yeah.
God.
Don't worry, man. I didn't hit either.
So
Solidarity,
ending,
brother.
So ending your turn, one of the thugs is going to grab a crossbow, lifting the cloak out, rips the crossbow up, points it towards the roof, fires off at you, Ares. That is going to be a 10, thunks into the rooftop and does not land. Come to another one of the thug, similar fashion. They're going to do the same exact thing to you as they begin to fire bolts upon to the rooftop. 17 misses as well, as you're kind of in that huff cover as well from the rooftop, and they are going to continue to fire their bolts at you. Now this thug here, the one by the straw thatching, is going to wrap around onto your left side here, Frank, and then grabs
what's up?
their scimitar out and goes in for your left leg with advantage.
Oh,
21
no.
is going to hit you. It deals not just 10, but they're going to get a sneak attack off, approximately
Cool.
melee range with their friend. 17 total points of damage, which you are raging, so you're going to half to 8 points of damage upon the rage. That's going to be the end of their turn. Tardan, you are up.
All right, so seeing that dude just stab Frank, and Frank's loud as shit, I'm gonna walk out here to see what in tarnation is going on.
God, where are you going? What?
Hey,
I
Ethos,
thought-
stay there. You just
We
stay
had a-
there. You're fine.
There's a-
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna throw out a hypnotic pattern. Oh, I can't. Why did that not work? Couldn't move the map for some reason. Hypnotic pattern. Up against that.
Okay. So the hypnotic pattern, by the way, is going to affect the animals. Just a forewarning here as well. So you are
Got it.
going to be getting that. So charmed effect as well as incapacitated. Let me go ahead and click upon which ones are impacted by this. We have two. The dwarf is not incapacitated or charmed, but the enforcers and some of the thugs, as well as one of the horses, are.
Sweet.
Okay.
I'm going to yell out to Dougal. Let me know if you need me. What else I could do for you, and I'm gonna give him some bardic inspiration.
Okay.
And then I will end my turn kind of at the end of the street, looking out, and while I'm also watching Athos. So
Athos, you are still high.
Yes, I am. Todd, where are you going? What's happening? Who are all those people? Are you playing your instruments again? We're supposed to be stealthy. You're drawing a crowd. What are you? Damn it, Todd. Go away. We've got business. Oh shit, are we being robbed? Is this a robbery? Frank, are they robbing you? He is going to fumble for his coin purse and instead grab his bag of ball bearings and just fucking spill it everywhere.
Yep.
So you can have all the coin. It's all right. It's fine. It's just to take it. Go leave us alone. We've got very important business to this. Very bad people are coming. You don't want to be here when they arrive. And that's gonna end his turn.
Okay. So you're just gonna spill it around you, or are you gonna like do it in front of you?
Like kind of out in front of him, like towards the
horse
like
and
towards-
Frank and all
towards
that.
Frank and the horse.
Okay.
oh god, this is gonna end so poorly.
I'm loving it. Fuck yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and mark the space that you're kind of throwing it outwards. It looks like it's a 10 feet square is what they're designated at. Let me see here. Puts me in a rectangle. Let's see if I can change the width. Why isn't that working? Why are you changing? It's weird. Okay, let me see if I can redo it. There we go. So I'm gonna probably say it's like right there, a little bit further in front of you. But I mean, it's up to you and how you want to do it. Because I'm assuming you're just kind of chucking it and it's like rolling out of the bag and they're kind of falling
Right,
down
yeah,
the
it just
street
kind
a
of
little bit.
goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking it's
This
like
was
there.
not.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense. This was not
Okay.
this was mostly unintentional. Like, it's
Okay.
like him trying to be helpful in the absolute
Yeah.
least useful way possible.
So it doesn't really have an immediate effect. It's only when you move across. So for you have half movement speed when you move across it, and then when you do move across it, you'll have to make a dexterity saving throw with a DC of 10. It's just slipping on the ball bearings. The thing is that the horse actually has to make that check as well, which could be a little bit
Right.
difficult for the horse to do.
Dude, don't have the fucking horse follow me, please.
All right, ending turn. We have
Please
we
don't have
have
the fucking horse.
we have
follow
two of
me.
the enforcers. These two enforcers are incapacitated. They can do nothing on their turns, so we're going to go ahead and bypass them, courtesy of Tardan here. And now we come to Sir Dougal. Dougal, you are proned out.
Half my movement to stand up.
Okay, so you're going to spend half your movement speed to stand up. Oh,
And then,
sorry.
oh, what'd you do? Put it back on me?
You can remove it yourself. How about that?
And then, bonus action, rage.
Okay.
And then, action is
Oops.
gonna be casting, conjure animals.
Okay.
And it's gonna be 8.
Badgers.
Badger,
you
we
know, I
killing
feel
another
really
badger
bad.
family.
No, I feel really so bad about what I did to those terrible. It's terrible what I did to those badgers. Let's do 8 wolves. Quarter CR wolves. And like just litter them around the.
Okay, give me 1 second. All right. So I'm going to place them down. So you have 8 total.
Oh my god.
And
I have to get closer to the screen to see.
you're the one who wants to conjure them.
Sorry, I thought we said
Sorry.
8.
All
Just
right,
have to
Yeah,
see
you put
them.
too many.
There you go.
I was
No,
like,
leave
that's
them
a
all
lot
on
of
there.
rolls.
All right, go ahead and move them where you want them.
I'm gonna put one here. And put another one here. Somebody should be flanking with. There we go. Put another one here. One
Put 'em
here.
in the wagon, dude.
Put him in the wagon.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
On in the wagon. What could go wrong? 2 wolves trying to attack people.
Trackpad.
Man, have you
Wagon.
seen everything that's happened in the last 15 minutes?
Yeah, I suppose I could have given, a little bit more direction on what the passphrase was. But,
right?
And then,
I had a high ethos to deal with.
do they attack on this turn or no?
No, you need to roll an initiative. So just click on one of them and then roll initiative for just one of the wolves.
Okay, sure.
They might roll low enough, right, or high enough that we can kind of put them in the order. Looks like
Oh,
not.
the
But
wolves
they're
are looking
pretty.
nice on the roll.
They're pretty high. So they're gonna be here in the second round here. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, go ahead and end your own turn.
Oh, sorry, enter. I forgot. Tom.
All right, we come to one of the thugs holding the reins, turns around, grabs out a blade, sees the wolf. What the fuck? Ah! Flip my own headphones off. Goes in for a 17 with the scimitar, slices into the wolf for 17 points of slashing damage.
My God.
And then it's going to go ahead and end their turn. We now come to the top of round 2 with the enforcer upon the horse. Sees the ball bearings down, grabs out a mace and then a shield, bracing that out. Looks towards you, Frank, and upon that is going to swing the base.
Hell yeah.
26 smashes into you. 10 points
Cool.
to 5 because you are able to
5.
resist with the rage. Then has an extra attack and is going to swing 2 more times upon you. 21 hits. 4 points, so 8 to 4, and then goes in for the third strike. 22 hits, and that deals 5 points from the 11. So as you're raging, you're just tanking the blows, swing back and forth, showing that this is a very, very skilled fighter and well trained. As they hold their shield out, they brace their warhorse and don't make any dire movements in the ball bearings and continue to brace. They also yell out in the direction of the dwarf, "Go, Thorlan! Wake them up! Let's go!" Making the yell outwards in the sense that they need to get out of the area. Ares, you're up next.
All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and shoot the dwarf here. And it's what I do, and I'm hopefully going to hit this time.
All right, go in for some arrows. All right, 19 is going to hit the dwarf as you lay into the shoulder. 20 to 10 as the dwarf resists the damage.
Okay. Well, I'm going to shoot him again, because, why not? It's what I do.
Okay. All right, 17 as you fire off is going to hit as well. 21 to 10 as it lands.
Now,
Takes both
question,
arrows.
I forget how we work this out. Do I have to tell you, if I did it, I'll just wait. It's fine. Before, if I'm using a special arrow for this, or do I tell you after the arrow hits?
It depends on what arrow it is you're doing. Most of the arrows you have to say that you're going to do that, and then your arrow hits, then it happens.
I was thinking about grasping arrow. So is that one I have to do beforehand?
So when this arrow strikes this target, concentration magic creates grasping poison sprayables, which wrap around the target. Creatures hit. There's nothing really specifically saying that you have to preemptively do this. So you can just state that this arrow is a grasping arrow.
Okay, so I would like that to be a grasping arrow, the last one on the dwarf there.
Okay. Go ahead and click it after targeting the dwarf, and it should prompt me for a saving throw. It might roll some damage preemptively, but we'll see. Okay. Okay, it's going to take 7 points of pure poison damage, courtesy of the arrow. And its speed is reduced by 10 feet, so the brambles are now encompassing through the grasp. It takes 2d6 slashing damage the first time each turn it moves 1 foot or more without teleporting. The target or any creature that can reach it can use action to remove the brambles with successful strike athletics check. So it's not necessarily like a grapple, but it's essentially a bramble that kind of follows it along, continuously do damage to the target if it continues to move. Anything else in your turn?
Let me see. That was nope. That's it.
All right, Frank, you're up next.
How the fuck are there wolves here now? Frank's gonna attack the guy on the horse.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Coming for
why did it not reckless? Do I
Is
say
it-
enable it every time?
yeah. So it's gonna go away. So if you want to do a reckless swing, just go ahead and make another weapon attack, and then
yeah, And
yeah,
then,
just
I'll
do
turn
another
it on.
weapon. Yeah. All right. So after
Cool.
recklessly swing, we have the natural 20 coming through.
Cool.
All
I'll
right.
turn that
So
on now.
fantastic. So the natural 20 coming through here for a total of 40 points of damage. As Frank
Sweet.
recklessly swings, thrown upwards, the great axe smashes into the shield. The blade goes through it into the enforcer, taking the damage. Is still alive.
Little
Wow.
fucking bitch. All right, and then it's been a while since I played, but if I recall, Great Weapon Master allows me to make another attack as a bonus action if I critical, right?
Yeah. So if you score a critical hit with melee,
But I score
weapon,
critical, yeah.
right?
Okay,
you
yeah,
can
okay.
make
So
one
the-
melee attack as a bonus.
I'll have this be the bonus one here. It should be on reckless now. Yeah.
Yeah, so you recklessly swing, so everything you're going to have is advantage at this point.
Yeah.
So the bonus action is not going to connect, and you're able to kind of pull the great axe and
That's a
bash into
shame.
the shield once more.
All right, and then just for the last attack for the regular too,
Okay.
same guy.
All right, coming in for the last
Hell
swing,
yeah.
22 is going to hit as you come through and do 20 points of slashing damage, this time aimed at the leg, cutting into the bone. The enforcer yells outwards and is still alive. Ah!
Damn, dude.
Jesus Christ.
Who did we pick a fight with? All right, yeah, it's going my turn there, and then
Okay.
end turn.
All right, go ahead and end your turn, seeing the brambles around them. Ah! And it grunts outwards, looks at you, Sir Dougal. Still raging, keen, begins to send axe strikes at your direction. 27 is going to hit you, Sir Dougal, and that deals approximately 3 points of damage after your rage. Prompts you for concentration on the conjurations. Is going to go in for a second strike. 18 is going to hit you. Okay. And you are dealt a total of 4 points of damage after the sublet rage. So 25 on your con save is going to be a success. And then a 15 on your con save is going to be a success. Okay. After you're succeeding to maintain your conjuration after the 2 successive strikes, not much damage is dealt from because your raging comes across once and twice. And it looks in the direction of one of the forces behind them, and then is going to take an action surge. On expending that, looks at the enforcer, takes their action, and wakes them up from their charmed and incapacitated state. Get on the move now, lot! As that happens, ends their turn. We now come to the wolves.
Hell yeah.
All right, pack tactic. We're gonna say, is the blue rotating Yu-Gi-Oh thing? That means that's that wolf.
It's all the wolves. Honestly, we could probably just manually roll these d20s.
Yeah.
Because
All
they're
right,
all
so
going to do
three-
bites. Yeah.
All 3 bites are gonna go at the dwarf. We're gonna go
All
at
right.
the dwarf.
So roll 6 d20s for me, please.
1, 2, 3. You must roll the attack before roll. Oh,
Yeah,
was I
it's good.
clicking too fast?
It's going to prompt you for too fast. Do one more.
Sorry.
I got 2. Give me one more.
3.
Damn.
There we go.
We're balancing out the rolls. It's okay.
That's those 3 at the dwarf, and then 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 2. The 2 are gonna go. The 2 by the horse. The guy on the horse are gonna go at the guy on the horse.
All right, so the dwarf takes 15 points of damage after the rage is able to negate most, is not knocked prone based on the DC, and then you said the 2 are going to go at the horse?
The 2 by the guy on the horse
Okay.
are gonna go after the guy on the horse. So here's another 2.
All right.
Uh,
you wanna-
Sorry, I have to click on a wolf. There you go. 1, 2.
Nice.
The other natural 20.
Damn.
We take those.
That goes to the guy on the horse, and then the 2 that are to the west of Frank are gonna pincer the guy to the west of Frank.
Okay, so hold on real quick for me because it didn't roll the natural 20 damage. So go ahead and roll 2d4 for me, please.
2d4.
And do that manually.
Did it?
There we go. Okay. 2. Okay. And then go ahead and roll the damage for that one person.
And then the guy on the end, the guy all the way on the left there. 1, 2. Oh, I did it too quickly again. Sorry about that.
Yeah, because it's trying to roll the bite saving throw, so it wants to go through the automation for the saving throw of being knocked prone first before you're able to get the damage up.
How
Got it.
many crates,
right.
dude?
And then that's the wolf turn.
Okay, so 7, 5, 22 points of damage dealt on one
It was
of
an
the
okay
thugs in
wolf turn.
between.
Okay.
That one is still alive after being bit by 2 of the wolves. It also is not knocked prone. We now come to the horse. The horse is going to take critical damage here from being bit by those 2 wolves. Takes 24 points of damage dealt upon the horse here. So that's going to wipe the horse out of the field of play here. I'm going to go ahead and move that token off my screen. That is going to, as the horse kind of collapse down, then is going to have the enforcer kind of come down with the horse. So that's in the process of happening. It hasn't quite happened yet. And that's going to be dealt there. Now, it seems that the wolves had a significant effect. We have 2 of these thugs. They're incapacitated. Nothing they're going to do here. We now come to the one that was just attacked by the wolves. And this one is going to look and draw its attention away from Frank towards one of the wolves in front of it. Then come for a swing. 12 is going to miss that wolf and ends their turn. We now come to Tartan.
What does Tartan want to do?
Turn to giant wolf.
Giant ape in the middle
Big
of
monkey.
He's just gonna King Kong it.
Yeah, I feel like turning into a 30-foot ape in the middle of the city is not the best idea.
You know, though, but this stealth mission has gone perfectly so far, so I don't see how a giant ape could not help.
Because I got high.
Absolutely perfect.
Because I got. I'm gonna target the enforcer that's in the middle of falling off the horse
Okay.
with a chromatic orb.
Okay.
I'm gonna upcast to level 2.
Okay.
Just go get blasted.
All right, so 20 is going to hit.
And that's going to be. He's wearing metal. We'll do lightning.
All right, doesn't matter.
Wow.
Type of 9 points of lightning damage. That target is gone as you fire the chromatic orb. Electrocutes them on the mid fall from the horse. Gets the horse as well as they become electrocuted. They're dissolved in molten metal as well as their bodies charred to a crystal tea.
And then I will just kind of not do anything because the map keeps reloading for me. Interesting. I'll just end my turn there. That's fine. I don't need to move anywhere.
Could be some of the effects that are on the screen having a problem there. You are able to move. You want to move full there or just 15?
No. I'm fine standing where I was at the end of the alleyway. I don't get any advantage moving down. I was just gonna kind of move down the wall a little bit.
That's fine. Your tokens move 15 feet to the east.
Oh, did it? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
can't
did.
see anything right
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
So,
you can move.
okay. Yeah, that's fine. That works.
Okay.
15
Okay.
feet's fine.
We're gonna probably close up the session here in just a second because this combat's gonna get long. We're gonna get through Athos and then we'll come to Surgical and then we'll go ahead and end Athos. Your ball bearings are spilled outwards. Are you doing anything in particular?
Frank, why are they stabbing you? This is going horribly wrong. I'm leaving. Let's fucking go. He's gonna go crawl into the cart.
that.
Come on, we need to get out of here. The fucking wait. There's a wolf. Why did you bring a wolf? What the fuck are you smuggling?
Wolf piss.
Get out. You know, I think he's honestly just gonna stab this guy because now everything's gone to shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
27. Come up with the rapier swing. 7 points of piercing damage. Oh!
Either get out of the way or drive the fucking cart. We got to go. And that's gonna end his turn.
Okay. Come to one of the enforcers here. The one that was woken up looks towards their companion, wakes them up as well with their action, and is then going to expend an action surge. Upon expending their action surge, they then are going to go for 3 separate attacks, one of which upon a wolf on the right side. Hits the wolf, clubs into the wolf, dealing 11 points of bludgeoning damage as that wolf succumbs to its wounds and dies. Then swings its mace at another wolf. That is going to be a 21. Clubs into that wolf, takes 6 points of bludgeoning damage, is still alive, and then goes in for the last attack, swinging its mace at the final left side of the dwarf here. That is going to be 19 to hit. That hits, and that deals approximately 11 points of bludgeoning damage as that wolf dies. Both wolves are gone as they kind of strike into them to get hit by it, and they kind of dissolve in that very like light as they go back into the natural cycle of things.
They had a family
Speaking,
too.
And
speaking
their
of
turn.
that wolf, I forgot it was friendly. Should I have sneak attacked that guy because the wolf was there?
So that's up to your interpretation. I mean, you're high, so if you don't believe the wolf is an ally in your state, then you wouldn't get the sneak attack. It's entirely up to you.
It matters more what he believes, I suppose.
Yeah, it's up to you. I mean, do you believe you're getting a sneak attack with it or not? I mean, it's up to you. I'll leave it. It's all up to you.
Yeah, I think it was probably surprising. I'm gonna go with that,
Okay,
just for the fun of it.
sure. I'll attack on 9 to that with the sneak attack for sure. Okay. Now we come to one that is freshly woken up. This one is going to kind of look into the cart and see one of the wolves is going to go ahead and come in for a swing with the mace on the wolf. Natural 20. So clubs into the wolf, dealing 13 points of bludgeoning damage. And that wolf is gone as well. Then is going to take its movement using difficult terrain to climb into the wagon, see you Athos, and then it's going to be coming for a drop kick to knock you prone. Please make an opposing athletics or acrobatics check, please, at disadvantage, because you're high.
What's he doing? We have to go. Which one is disadvantage again?
Control. Ooh, 7.
Didn't matter much.
That's unfortunate. It doesn't beat an 8, which is what they rolled. So not very high themselves, but you did not win. So you're kicked off the wagon. As you do, you land prone onto the ground at the edge of the wheel. They're then going to take their subsequent mace as they look at another one, friendly here, and then come in for their third strike with a mace strike to hit their friend in the back. Natural 1. As they're coming in maybe
That's
for
what you
a
get for friendly fire.
a little bit of a tickle to hit him in the head, maybe the brunt of the weapon, right, and just kind of smack him a little to wake him up. They just mistime it and are able to connect, ending their turn. Sir Dougal, you're going to end it for us here, so what do we do?
I want to ask what the new widget gift of the old one is on my features tab. Is that my absorb your enemies gift from
why don't you right click it or open your character sheet and look at the description? It literally says unknown, period.
Oh no.
I can't right click on a trackpad.
Well, I told you what it says, so that we're good.
Okay.
That's unknown. That's it. Unknown.
Suppose we are good.
You can still press it. Find out.
I'm
Then
gonna
it'll be
press
known.
it. I'm gonna grab the dwarf.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna grab the dwarf by the neck and press this button.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Click. Automated enemy sequencer. Oh, I'm crackling something.
Okay, so purple and pink cackling light begin to surround from your body, invoking your weapon here. As it does, you hear kind of a thirst, a hunger as you stare at potential people around you. It seems as though you are willing to claim their life force. You You can feel the dazzling lights of your own conjurations sparkling around you and begin to pull in. Not any effect necessarily done yet, but perhaps once the targets are dead.
Oh, that's interesting. Right, we haven't actually killed any of them yet.
That's
Wow.
true.
No, we killed
the
one.
The one way.
Hey, we kicked that one horse guy's ass, all right? Me and the
Right.
wolves. We got that one dude.
Hey, I finished him.
I know. You know,
Uh,
I gotta give credit to the wolves, man. They did a good job.
bonus action.
There was no
Wild
action.
shape.
I just want to say there's no action to initiate that
Oh.
for you.
Oh.
I have it set as an
One of you.
action, so you don't know, but it actually is not anything that
Right.
you need to do for an action for your gift. So you're going to go ahead and wild shape as a bonus action.
Yeah, wild shape is bonus action,
Okay. Go ahead and do so.
which
Just dragging into your character sheet.
looks like
as
this.
usual.
Trackpad. Wild shape. Click.
Hell yeah.
And then I'm going to, as an action, maul this guy.
Okay.
My map went kooky, but
It's not gray. You see everything?
it's like, not really. It's like faded. I'm looking at like a weird translucent version of.
Seems like we have a lot of effects going. Might be impacting you in terms of what you can render, what you can't. Might be able to figure it out. Go ahead and go
Bear
for
with lightning.
a flat refresh, and then we'll see if you come back and can observe. If not, there is something I can do in terms of your settings for sequencer, which has to resolve around how the effects are being displayed in your system. Sometimes you can disable a particular fix that sequencer has, so and that works. Which might be for you, Deuce. That might be what's happening as well.
Mine completely kicked me out, and I can't log back in. So I think my ISP is just having issues again today.
Okay, I'll go ahead and kick you because it still says you're signed in. All right, kicked you off, and it will take a little bit to recycle through. And then, Harrison, you're reloading, and we'll go in through those rolls for the attack, and we're going to close it out there. If you have physical dice, you can always do that as well because we have the modifiers available.
No, it's not coming back. I'll just roll them though in the.
Oh, I see
there's the-
why. Do you see it now when I put vision on your token?
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Hello.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
The bear does not have vision courtesy of version 10, so the bear should be able to see now.
Got it.
Yeah.
1 and did it roll the damage? Yes, it did. And 2.
All right. So 11 with the
That's
bite
it.
is not going to land. 14 with the claw is not going to bite. So you come across, swing with the bite, grabbing the claws. You see his little braces, strong and sturdy. They fight off you in your bear form, and we can see out towards you. A druid, kind of grumbles and sees that you, particular druid, wild shaping, may have encountered you and your kind, and kind of grumbles and spits towards the ground, enthralled. And that is going to be where we're going to go ahead and end
Hey.
the session today, because the combat is going to probably take a lot longer than this, and I want to keep you all into the night. So we'll go ahead and end it there. Unfortunately for you all, but not really unfortunately, because you're not going to get enough experience, particularly to get to the next level, I don't believe. So, yeah.
I mean,
you
I
need
think that's worth about 10,000.
You need a little bit more.
myself.
So no experience
Yeah.
points this session, which isn't a big deal. So we're that way you can kind of combine 2 sessions worth here and perhaps get to the next level. So we're not going to do any session experience points for this session. So
Damn.
hopefully that's not a too bummer. Sorry. Any questions for you all before I close out the stream?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
Okay. Always a little bit sad to end on a combat, but I could see that it was definitely gonna
Oh,
get a
this
lot
was-
longer.
Yeah, it was gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. So it's,
Athos is on top of this. It's fine.
yeah.
Athos is fine.
With one character
laying
down,
on
I
the
don't
right?
think
I
he's
was
on
like,
top of
okay.
anything anymore. I think he's actually on the ground now.
Well, the sky is in the wrong
now-
place.
We now have 3 Tardans on our team.
Oh,
Hey, yeah, I got ball bearings thrown at me. So
Dude, yes,
Hey.
I'm covering you with the ball bearings.
I
You're good.
appreciate it.
I wasted like 5 of their turns. Okay, Tartan has been
oh, yeah.
more than useful. Okay.
Frank's gonna take one step forward, slip
Compared
and
if they,
fall on his
yeah.
face.
Think about if they
He's gonna
weren't.
fall.
Think about if they weren't incapacitated. How many hits they would be able to get off right now?
Yeah.
Right?
The fact that
Right.
everyone
Nuts.
has 3 is insane.
Yeah. This is,
Well, just the enforcer types 3 attacks.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
High
Oh, yeah,
level,
yeah.
high level fighters for sure. Yeah.
Level
So
fighters,
Yeah, I crit that dude for 40 points of damage. Like, no, he's still good. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, awesome.
rolls it off. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah, that incapacitate was huge.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
major, absolutely major. Very good job. So, if you're watching the stream, really appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming back. For take a break, and we will be back next week, hopefully for our next session. So join us then. Really appreciate it. Group 5.
We'll get a name going. We'll get a name.
All right. Anyways, bye. Have a good night. See ya. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.